Good morning. Welcome back to TopstepTV today, December 18th, 2025. We got a great show of trading lined up ahead for you today and a busy economic calendar. So let's get into it. Before that, got to introduce my guys here. Got John the Goat Hoagland, Coach Ray on the right side. I'm Jay. Hoag, Ray, how are you guys doing this morning?
Jay, thank you. Hope you're doing well, feeling well this morning. I'm feeling good this morning. It's Thursday. We call this Turnaround Thursday. Let's see if we can get some buyers into these equities. Ooh, I don't know. We're going to see. We got lots of numbers coming out. Ray, how you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling great. I'm raring to go, looking at the charts, marking them up, checking my checklist. The only thing, again, is missing is my cup of coffee. I got to work on that.
I'm gonna send Ray. Ray, send me your address. I'm going to send you a cup of coffee the next time you're on Fast Markets with us. Get
All
it
right, my
delivered to
friend.
you right before some of your Starbucks order.
Thank you.
We got
Thank you.
a poll up in the chat here. It is CPI day. Time to place your vote for the gold opening range trade. Are we taking a 5-minute or a 1-minute opening range? As we said, there are some economic numbers coming out. So we will see. But right now, 68% of the vote going to the 5-minute. 33% of the vote going to the 1 minute, 232 votes. Thanks for voting. Make sure you get your votes in there before we close that poll. If you're wondering what trade we're talking about, gold opens up at 8:20 Eastern Time, 7:20 Central. So in just about a minute, we'll be looking at an opening range trade, either a 5-minute or a 1-minute, waiting for that candle to close, and then a trade outside of that range to take the trade from there. Right now, gold is trading at 43.53.70. Hogue, Coach Ray, real quick, take a look at that gold chart. Anything you're liking for an opening range trade here?
Overnight inventory is short.
Mhm.
We're still inside that big bar from last Friday. So overall, I mean, the context is still relatively range bound. The one thing that I do like is the fact that we've just taken a little bounce off the 200 session moving average. I think that gives us some decent reference to possibly lean against a little bit, at least gives us the opportunity to limit risk. But in the current situation where we are, I'd say it's a 50-50 coin flip to see if we get anything off this opening range trade. Ray, what do
I
you
would
think?
say, I would say that if we can maybe, again, I see a little bit of a demand zone here at 43.45. I look to the left. I see so that we've had some buyers here in the past. So if we do manage to get above the 9 EMA, I think we could probably, there's a possibility that we can rotate. I don't see that the move down onto the downside is all that impressive. It seems like a grindy move to the downside. So I'm kind of leaning. I'm kind of leaning to the bullish side, given the location that we are, and we are getting a little bit of a bounce. So I'm kind of depending on what we see on the opening range, whatever price event we end up getting. I'm thinking bullish.
I feel the same way. The one thing though is that the ADX, the DI minus is looking pretty strong here. We see ADX rising as well, indicating at least some decent overnight activity towards the downside. Again, it feels like a coin flip to me, but we're going to see what this opening range provides for us.
Absolutely. We got another 2 minutes or so before that range closes. Let's go over that economic calendar. Like we said, the next 2 days are going to be pretty busy with the economic calendar. We just did have an ECB rate decision. They decided to keep rates the same. But at 7:30, we have a couple of numbers here. So listen up here. Initial jobless claims. We have CPI, obviously the core CPI number, Philly Fed Business Index, continued jobless claims. We have an ECB press conference at 7:45 Central. Again, all those numbers, 7:30. So in just a couple minutes here, sure to bring us some volatility in the market. So if you're in a position, know where your risk is. If you're not in a position, make sure you hit that flatten all button on your platform a couple of times, so you don't get into any accidental trades there. At 9 a.m. 9 a.m. Central Time today, we have an NVIDIA AI conference. We all know that AI has been, the front focus of a lot of our traders here. So NVIDIA AI conference at 9 a.m. Central Time. We got a Kansas City Fed manufacturing number at 10. Natural gas traders, you have a natural gas number at 9:30 Central Time. A 4-week bill auction, FedEx earnings, Nike earnings, and then tonight we have the Bank of Japan rate decision. I know a lot of traders have been talking about, the carry trade and things like that, how the Bank of Japan rate decision is going to affect the equity markets, the crypto markets. So that is going to be a big one tonight, that Bank of Japan rate decision. But we got CPI jobless claims coming up in about 7 minutes here. We will be bringing you those numbers as soon as we get them. Hogue, before we get into any trades, let's go over that checklist to make sure we are prepared for the trading day.
Yes. Make sure you do your homework. Pre-market research, that's what we're doing here. It's always about context, risk management, and patience. We're going to put the check mark on that. Morning checklist. You got to have your coffee, got to have your water, got to take your walk, got to walk the dog. Check on that, except not for Ray. He does not have his coffee. We got the mindset check, of course. Got to be in the right frame of mind to trade. If something outside of trading is upsetting you, that can affect your decision making. And of course, trade entry checklist. Write down those trades you're taking. Do your journaling throughout the day, and at the end of the day for your post-market checklist, review those trades, go over and complete your journal, read it again, and then get prepared for the next trading day. Looking forward to a good trading day today.
Let's do it, Hogue. Let's do it. We got another minute or so before this 5-minute opening range trade closes. Coach Ray, you ready to go? Checklist checked?
Absolutely. Let's get this going.
Let's get it going. Another minute or so before this 5-minute opening range closes in gold. Let's check some prices here. Gold right now trading 43.52. It's going to be a pretty small opening range, maybe to be expected. About a $5 range. I have a high of let's see what this high is, 43.55 half, and a low of 43.50.70. That is in the mini. Seeing the same thing there, Hogue?
Looks about the same. Yep.
All right. So we will wait for that range to close, and then a candle close outside of that range or test outside of that range to take the trade. Before we get into these charts, let's get into a little bit of news. We know that the healthcare package was concerned through that government shutdown that we had. House GOP passes a narrow healthcare package. Let's bring in that clip.
Wednesday, the House passed a narrow healthcare package. The measure is designed to lower healthcare costs for some Americans in the coming years. It will allow small businesses and self-employed people to buy coverage through association health plans in an effort to lower premiums. It will also provide federal funding for cost-sharing subsidies that lower Income Affordable Care Act enrollees get help to lower deductibles. The GOP healthcare package will be sent to the Senate, but a vote isn't expected before lawmakers leave town for the holidays.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Gabe. Again, we have a bunch of numbers coming out in the next 4 minutes. Just want to talk about some of these. Initial jobless claims forecast is 225,000. Prior was 236. U.S. CPI year over year forecast is 3.1%. Prior was 3%. Month over month CPI forecast is 0.3%. Prior was 0.3. Core CPI forecast is 3%. Core CPI month over month, again, 0.3%. Prior was 0.2. Continued jobless claims forecast is 1.92 million. So again, those numbers coming out in just a little bit here. Hogue, Coach Ray, while we wait for these numbers, let's take a look at these gold charts. What are we seeing here?
Well, we did look a couple of ticks below the low of the opening range. If we do take a look above the opening range before we get a close outside of that 5-minute opening range, as we discussed over the last couple of days, that is going to invalidate the trade. So if we're looking at anything, we're looking at the short side.
Agreed. Yeah. Good call, Hogue. We've seen the past couple of days where we had that move to the other side, move to one side, and then a close on the other side, and it stops us out. So I think that's a good call here.
And we did that yesterday, and we know we weren't in that trade for very long.
No. Almost stopped us out instantly there. So good call here, Hogue. I'm looking at the Nasdaq order book right now, and it is pretty thin, if I'm seeing this correctly. Seeing a couple of air pockets in there. There's 100 lot on the offer, 25,116. Pretty thin markets. Again, all the markets that we trade for the most part have the potential to be pretty volatile during CPI. So just be careful there if you are going to take a trade. What are you seeing on the daily chart here in gold?
All right, let's take a look. And here's the daily. So on my little notes here early this morning, we're in a 4th day of balance. A little indecision, a little balance here. Friday's range. The last 4 sessions have been inside of it in extended trading hours and some of it in regular trading hours. So the market is in a range, but we've been seeing since this low here some pretty big increases in open interest, and that continued last night or yesterday with an additional approximately 8,400 new contracts created. So there is a whole lot of interest coming in. There's a whole lot of money coming into this market. Directionally, maybe a little bit challenging to decipher, but there is a lot of energy. There's a lot of positions in the market that if something were to change, those positions are likely to adjust inventories. We know that it's been pretty much shorter time frame traders. The longer time frame has been sitting pretty much on the sidelines. So I'm kind of looking at this as a shorter time frame buyers just looking for more continuation to the upside and new buying to come in above. And if that's the case, that's going to be great for them. Um, a breakout of this balance because of the amount of energy that is in this market with all of this new open interest, a breakout of it could be significant. Again, we don't know direction. When there is a substantial breakout, an accepted breakout of this area of balance, the move, again, in my opinion, could be somewhat of a significant move. Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean,
20 seconds here until these numbers. Go ahead, Coach Ray. Sorry about that.
yeah, I'm seeing a lot of what you're saying there. We have this kind of ascending triangle pattern that's kind of continuing to develop. We obviously have some
5 seconds
resistance.
here. 5 seconds here,
We have
Coach
some
Ray. I'm sorry.
resistance
We're
above us.
going to bring these numbers in. I'm going to get these numbers in just a second here. Initial jobless claims actual came in at 224,000. Forecast was 225,000. US CPI year over year actual came in at 2.7%. Forecast was 3.1%. US core CPI year over year actual came in at 2.6%. Forecast was 3%. Core CPI year over year 2.6%. Forecast was 3%. Initial jobless claims 224. Forecast was 225. So those inflation numbers coming in much lower than expected.
That's a good thing.
That is a good thing. We're seeing the equities pop on that.
Yes. Philly Fed is a little, it's a secondary number, but that negative number indicates, retracting business in the Philly district, of course. Jobless claims didn't come out bad either. Continuing jobless claims lower than expected. Initial jobless claims coming out slightly lower than expected. So far this morning, it looks like good news. Now, taking a look back at gold, if we were to be looking at that 5-minute opening range trade, we looked below that 5-minute range. Now we've looked above. That negates our entry for that trade. So no trade today, and that's all right. I mean, we knew we had big numbers coming out. Maybe it'll end up being a good miss, but because we did take out the low of the opening range and we broke out above the opening range, we still don't even have necessarily a 5-minute bar closing outside the opening range yet. So that has been negated now.
Good no trade there. So those numbers are out. We do still have some things on the calendar for today, but those numbers are now out of the way. Sorry about that, Coach Ray.
Yeah, no worries. So yeah, I was saying that we have this kind of ascending wedge pattern developing. We obviously have some resistance above us. I'm looking at the DMI indicator. The DMI indicator, at least on the daily, is still giving me a positive indication that there is some momentum, behind this move. We're obviously at the upper end of the value range, so obviously this could be an area where we could reverse here a little bit. But the market has been strong of late, right? We've been in a relatively strong market. If I'm looking at the last swing here since the beginning of November, right? So beginning of November, we're just coming into an area where we could see some resistance, but I would say overall that the market still is showing some signs of strength to the upside. So on the daily, I'm feeling that we really haven't broken anything structure-wise that would indicate to me that we are imminently reversing, let's say.
Okay. Jay, what do you think?
Still holding up pretty well. This gold market looks very similar to where we saw silver before making that run to all-time highs. We had like a 4-day consolidation and then we broke out. I'm looking for something similar here in gold. That 4,400 level is still the level we need to break through. We haven't traded it, but we are seeing higher lows on the daily chart. This looks pretty bullish to me, Hogue.
All right, let's take a look at the 30. And again, we've been adding open interest on a pretty regular basis since these lows here. So the market is, it seems to be accumulating new longs, probably shorter time frame new longs, but new longs nonetheless. And adjustments in that inventory can certainly be, rather substantial. And overnight inventory from last night. Obviously, we got a little bit short last night. Where did we open? We opened here, short overnight inventory. Now, pretty much reconciled. No gap, no runs, no hits, no errors. We're currently right back inside value from yesterday. So as the dust settles here, of course, there will be some decent opportunities in gold. Gold has been one of those opportunity providers for the last year or so. We'll be looking for opportunities, but right now I'm going to let the dust settle as we are back in value, back in range. No real major changes to the perception of value, at least not yet. Let's see how the longer time frame traders that are available during the regular trading hours treat this market. That overnight short, that overnight 200 session simple moving average, right at the bottom of that overnight low. Beautiful, beautiful little opportunity there. Ray, what are you thinking on the 30-minute chart here, my friend?
Yeah, we were in this kind of bearish channel up until this most recent candle. Now, this recent candle that we have here, if you take a channel, we can create a little channel at the top end here from the 17th all the way down to where we are today, right? And you can draw a little channel, and you can see here that price is beginning to maybe work up against that channel. So if we can get price above that channel, that would give me a little bit of confidence that maybe there is some more upside to this move. I see that we have a little bit of a demand zone here at 43.45 down below, right? Below that channel, 43.45. We have that little demand zone. And then if you look at the DMI, you see with the most recent candle, now we got our DI indicators giving us a little bit of a spike higher, right? On this most recent candle. Now the question is, can it sustain above the negative DI? I see that the ADX is picking up some momentum along with that move. So it'll be interesting to see if we can actually hold above that channel that we just drew there. Okay, I would actually probably lower that top line there, that line, the yellow line there, a tad, maybe closer to the bodies. But the idea here is if we can get a close above that yellow line there on the top end of this channel with some volume, that could offer us maybe an opportunity to get back to the highs of the day, 43.76 and possibly beyond.
Excellent, Ray. Thank you. Jay, what are you thinking?
So looking at this 30-minute, we have that 200 moving average right below, pretty much at the low of the day so far, 43.4770. We saw price trade below that for a second. Volume is still above it. So that to me is looking like maybe that's the necessary pullback we got before our next move higher. This 43.80 area to the upside, we talked about this yesterday as well. That's the level we need to break through with some strength here, right? We've seen price tested a couple of times, but really no volume above that level. Maybe this is what does it. I think in most of the markets that we trade, of course, we just had the big news come out. So I'm going to frame out the news candle and see how the market responds to that candle. 43.6880 is the high. I'm looking at a 3-minute chart here, and 43.52 evens is the low. The response to that candle for the rest of the day is gonna frame it out for me. But on a higher time frame, and then looking at that 30-minute, I think we got the pullback that we need for the next move up, testing that 200 moving average. So the question is, where can you get in long? Where can you establish your risk? Invalidation of this move looks like taking out that overnight low. The question is, do you want to take that much risk on a trade?
Right. If you're looking for the short, where is your risk?
Right. Yeah. If you're looking for the short, it has to be 43.85, I would think.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. That's pretty substantial risk. You got, the 43.80 level that Jay's talking about. You got the $44 level that Ray is talking about. You got weekly kickoff high 43.96. Up above that, we got last week's high 43.87.80. We do have some exactness on these highs, so might be an interesting level to go recheck that area. But again, inside value, I'm probably going to look for better trade locations as the day goes on. On this platform, we've got value high 43.7560. We've got value low right here about 43. wherever this is, this magnet thing gets me sometimes. 43.59 approximately. So inside that, I'm going to try and stay patient, let the market establish some early range, focus on the IB high and the IB low for potential opportunities. At least that's for me.
Yeah.
Thank you both, gentlemen, for your wonderful analysis and thoughts. Of course, that's what we've got for gold. We would again not be taking that opening range trade. It looked both sides of the opening range, and that negates that trade. Not in it.
Some stuff. We have equity markets rallying off of this CPI number. Nasdaq right now up 1.25%. The S&P up 0.7%. So really nice rally here. 25.213, 25.215 last trade here in the Nasdaq. S&P last trade 68.2675. So equity markets responding favorably right now to that number. All the numbers that came out. We're going to take a look at the S&P chart in just a little bit here. But before we do that, the U.S. government has collected $1 billion in tariff revenue since the rollback this spring of a major shipping loophole on low-value packages. That's according to data that Customs and Border Protection shared exclusively with CNN. Let's bring in that clip.
The loophole was called de minimis exemption. It allowed shipments of goods worth $800 or less to come into the U.S. duty-free. The Trump administration initially suspended the rule on packages coming from China and Hong Kong, but later applied it to all countries. The tariff rates range from 10% to 50%, depending on the package's country of origin. It appears the tariffs are having an impact on people's spending habits. The CBP data suggests Americans have trimmed their purchases. CBP officials say closing the loophole has led to a major increase in the seizure of unsafe, counterfeit, and non-compliant goods from China and Hong Kong.
Thank you for that, Gabe. De minimis. It's a good word. It's a good word.
Word for the day.
A word for the day. All right. Coach Ray, Hogue, what are we seeing in the S&P?
All right. Well, can't wait for the R word to be over expiration tomorrow. Added another 19,000 in open interest to the downside yesterday. Again, that is going to be blurry due to rollover. If it were, a standard auction, I would say that this was a pretty decent breakout and acceptance below the weekly kickoff low of 68.30. But however, that is not necessarily the thing that is happening here. Almost looking like we've got a turnaround Thursday going with some positive numbers that just came out at 7:30. So, the volume yesterday on the push down was high, was pretty decent in the March contract. The volume is still largely split between the two contracts, the DC and the March contract. So we did see some pretty decent downside volume on the push down. Again, open interest largely unreadable. We were going to be looking to monitor for continuation to the downside or rejection. The market did give us a beautiful nuance for us to use as reference for yesterday, and we'll see that on the 30-minute chart. There's a lot of data due. The data seems to have changed things a little bit. Ray, is it a turnaround Thursday? What do you think?
Well, I mean, right now, I guess on the daily, maybe this will change a little bit on the 30-minute chart, but on the daily, I think I'm aligned with your kind of original, and we're still kind of in bearish structure here, and I see a market that's in range, right? So if we were to have a visible range volume profile here on the right, you would see that we are in the value area of this range, right? So we are in a range market. We have the 7,000 above us, 6,600 or 6,600 below us, right? So basically right now we're smack in the middle of the range. Now we are seeing, as a result of the news, a little bit of pop that will probably be evident here when we look at the lower time frame charts. But on the daily, I'm not really embracing 100% a move back to the upside. For now, I'd have to see it. I have to witness it get above some of this structure here for me to begin to embrace it.
Right, Ray. Thank you, Ray. Jay, what are you seeing on the daily?
On the daily here in the S&P, what I'm looking at is a market that, after this number has found some buyers. Let's see how convinced those buyers are when we get to the high of the October 10th candle, 68.63. Favorable reaction right now to that CPI print. But that level has been a level of contention for the past couple of weeks. So we'll see what happens when we get up there. I think we do have a 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart in that general area as well. We've been looking for somewhat of a catalyst for buyers to step in to start the Santa rally. Could this be it? So far, favorable reaction, but let's see if it holds. A lot of these rallies have not been holding over the past couple of days. It's kind of hard to gain any traction from buyers over the past couple of days here.
Yes, it certainly has. Certainly has. And it's a little directional, I think, for rollers too. Rollers like range. And we were, really setting up that beautiful but pain in the ass megaphone pattern. We broke out of that megaphone pattern a couple of days ago. Let's take a look at the 30 here. All right. So there's that megaphone pattern we were talking about. And, we've become a little directional to the downside. Yes, rallies have been sold. My question is, do these numbers change that in any way, shape, or form? Maybe it's going to take after rollover for that to come back into play. However, overnight inventory is now holding pretty long. And we are, still, well, I think we're right at the high of value from yesterday. Pretty much it looks as though it is the bottom of the single prints, and we're in the single prints from yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go and talk a little bit about the day we had yesterday and the possibilities for today. It was a double distribution trend day. There's a distribution of time and volume at the high. There are single prints left behind that say that's excess, and then there's a distribution of time and volume below. If we're going to open inside the singles, there's a pretty good probability of potential for repair. Repair would bring us to the upper distribution as well as the lower distribution of the double distribution trend day yesterday. Now, we did have a late spike to the downside yesterday. Right at the end of the day, the market extended the range lower and settled outside of the previous range. The base of that late spike is 67.83 quarter. Excuse me. And obviously, we're probably going to be opening above that late spike. So where we open this session based on the base of the late spike marks rejection of lower pricing if we open above the base of the late spike, or acceptance of lower pricing if we open below the base of the late spike. Pretty safe to say, probably we're going to be opening above the base of that late spike, which would indicate rejection of lower pricing and a possible market state change, possibly back to the upside. A little bit of a potential reversal pattern. We're already in the single prints. If we open the regular trading hours in the single prints, that I think increases the probability of the potential for repair. Again, the upper distribution of time and volume from yesterday, as well as the lower distribution of time and volume, are likely to be revisited today if we do fall into repair. Obviously, we've got some long overnight inventory. We have new information in the marketplace. These markets have been very thirsty for new information, and we've got some today looking good to the upside so far. Ray, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so I'm again the CPI data seems to be kind of the current catalyst here, and if I'm looking at the prior session range here, this current candle is working its way above that range, which is aggressive buyers coming into a generally balanced market, right? So assuming that we can get volume to come into this, then yes, I see 68.80 not out of the realm of possibility, obviously, right, to get to, right? So we're seeing an impulsive move. The news was received well, and we got some buyers, to step in. Price is above my favorite 9 EMA. That's kind of the EMA of choice for me to kind of monitor the progress of the market, right? So as long as price remains above my 9 EMA, I'm going to use the 9 EMA as kind of my entry area, let's say, right? If I get a pullback on that 9 EMA, and it remain above that 90 MA, well, I have a logical place for a price reversal, and it allows me to kind of manage my risk. So I'm gonna continue to monitor. I'm gonna kind of I guess stalk that 90 MA area and see if I can maybe get myself into a nice trade to the upside.
All right. Thank you, Ray. Jay, what are you thinking?
So on the 30, the news candle here is going to be the frame of reference for the day. Above that candle, I'm bullish. If we start to see price acceptance back inside that candle, wherever this decides to close in the next 10 minutes or so, the high of that candle, if we don't see any volume trading above that, then I'm looking for the market to trade right back through that imbalance that we had on the news. If I am bullish here, and if I get a continued buying on the New York session open, 68.65 is that 200 moving average, which is sitting on top of the October 10th candle high. They're just hanging out there together. So that has to be the level to the upside that I'm looking at for, if I get long, do I have to take my trade off there? No, but that's where I start to think trade management. Because it's a level that we've been under, that 200 moving average. We've been under it for the past couple of days. That high of that candle has been a level of contention. So if there's sellers up there, not enough buying to get through it, then I have to start to think position management up there. To the downside, first level I have to look at is the low of the news candle, and then we have VWAP 68.01. I'm leaning a little bullish just because of the market's response here, but I do want to see, and we've been talking about this, when that volume comes in for the New York session, what does it say, right? Does it agree with what the response to this news, or do we just sell it off? We've been seeing a couple aggressive sell-offs, I think we've had, today's Thursday, we had over the past 6 trading days, we've had some pretty aggressive sell-offs on the market open. So we'll see. Did this CPI, did the jobless claims numbers, which were good numbers, did they change the market sentiment, or is there something else that the market is looking for? We will see here. But those will be the levels I look to the upside, 68.65.
That's that top of that October 10th. That's just been a thorn in our side for weeks now, hasn't it?
Yes, it has.
All right. Well, thank you, gentlemen. We'll watch that first 3-minute bar here on that 730 number. We'll certainly be keeping an eye on that during fast markets. Weekly kickoff high is right at the high of that, pretty much right at the high of that bar. So another interesting spot there. And, if you're using spike base guidelines, you're looking for opportunities for longs as long as we remain above that 67.83 quarter. We'll see how the day plays out. Thank you again, gentlemen, for your analysis and charming personalities.
We do what we can, Hogue. We do what we can.
Yes.
I think we are going to go right into crude oil charts here. We got crude oil opening up in about 8 minutes or so. We can put that poll up in the chat. Are we taking a crude oil opening range trade? Is it a 1 minute or a 5 minute? We can get that poll up. Let's take a look at the daily in crude oil. What are you guys seeing over there?
All right. So, I think we've all been in alignment that the market is trying to continue to push to the downside. We got a really late rally yesterday, just a vicious short covering rally, indicating, well, overall, we lost 26,000 in open interest yesterday, but again, it can be still a part of rollover. We're still working on expiring the January month, but we're still, I think, kind of holding in this downward channel. To me, the weekly kickoff level has been somewhat pivotal on certain days, not so much on other days. Again, that open interest would indicate some short covering at the end of the day yesterday, but again, that's just going to be a little bit blurry. Ray, what are you thinking here on the daily chart?
Yeah, so I'm seeing a market that broke some structure to the downside, right? So we got below 56.23 with a very nice candle to the downside. Now yesterday we retested that same area, right? So the idea that I have right now is that what was supportive could now be resisted. Okay, so this 56.23, 56.70 56.80 level. Seems like a level that, I think is important for the sellers to remain and to hold if we are going to continue to the downside. We see a lot of obviously our moving averages are all moving to the downside. Our DMI indicator is still showing us that we have, a good amount of strength to the downside. So I think we're at an interesting level. If we're able to hold this 56.70 level, I think there's still some more downside opportunity in the crude oil market.
Awesome. I'm not ready for crude to start rallying either. Jay, what do you think?
We got to the target. We got to the president's target, $55. We saw that speech he made yesterday. He said energy prices are coming down, and crude oil sold off 70 cents as he was saying that, and then he got off the podium. So, it's a bearish market. I think some of the fundamental news that we are seeing in crude oil is bearish as well. But then you zoom out and you look at a higher time frame, and I'd have to start asking you, are we going to see buyers step in at 55? Right? We had, I think, 54.97 or somewhere around there was the low for the week so far, and really no pressure under there. But I don't see a great reason to buy this right now either. Right? Especially for a day trade. We're under a bunch of the moving averages, the 20, the 50, starting to trend lower. And actually get some separation between them. So there is some flow to the downside in this market. Daily ATR is $1.40 still. And so far, we've had $1.10 range. So there is a little bit of room left if we have an average range day. But it looks like find an opportunity to sell this market right now.
Yeah, I love CL Trader's comment here. Make crude tradable again. Meta.
Yeah. Right.
I love that.
Right.
We could
It's
sell
a nice swing trade. It's a nice swing trade, but day trades, they've been kind of tough.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's take a look at the 30, which the 30's done a really good job last night of just testing the last week's low. Had a poor high in the overnight last night. I'm not worried about that, but as far as overnight inventory is concerned, this is that rally that we saw at the end of the day yesterday. There's actually, some decent volume for post regular trading hour close. As far as overnight inventory is concerned, we're really looking at holding some overnight shorts here. Chance of opening with a gap above yesterday's regular trading hour session range is dwindling. Looking like more like we're going to open back inside range, back inside value, but still holding below the weekly kickoff low, 56.30. We've looked above it a bunch of times, but we really haven't been able to spend very much time there. So I'm kind of in an alignment that I think that there could be some more movement to the downside. Just a vicious end of the day opposite move. Short covering rally looks like what we did yesterday. It does seem like we're still largely in short time frame control, folks, because the market is testing to our short time frame levels. Last week's low, that is a top step level that you can just put on your chart, anytime. We got the 200 session moving average acting as a bit of resistance now. We've got the other moving averages very tightly packed here. We've got, let's see here. We've got, the 50 VWAP, the 200 or the 20 session, the 100 session, and the 200 session relatively closely packed or getting more closely packed. I mean, we've kind of settled in here a little bit, and you can see looking at these moving averages, they're much further apart, and the more time we're spending here, the closer they are coming to some sort of a divergence here or convergence or whatever you want to call it. No, we're just about ready to open. I think if we open in range and in value, we'll find better trade locations as the day goes on. Of course, we will be looking to take that opening range trade. If we do get the signal, we will take it, and we'll see what plays out. But I do see, just from the short time frame levels that seem to be respected as resistance, potential for more downside. Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I see a very crude looking head and shoulder pattern, right? I don't know. That's right. A little left shoulder, head, right shoulder. So I don't know if we take a measure of the from the head down to the neckline. Is that what we can expect as far as a move to the downside? I'm not sure, right? I don't. I mean, it's interesting when it plays out, but I've seen a lot of these patterns fail as well, right? So, but in any case, again, in alignment with you, Hogue. I see a market that's still showing me some signs that there is some more downside. We're right up at the edge of the value range or of yesterday's session. We're kind of peaking inside of it. We're between the 9 EMA, below the VWAP, kind of mixed. So for me, I'm going to be, once this market opens, I'm going to be drawing my initial balance range. I'm going to be waiting for this initial balance range to kind of guide me which direction. And if I do get a break of that initial balance range in the direction that I'm looking for, then I'll take an opportunity. But I need a little bit more data here, and it looks like we're getting a little bit of a push there again on the open
Crude
here. But
is open.
yeah, so I see a market that's still probably some signs of bearish of opportunities, I would say.
Okay, Jay, what do you think?
I like the downside as well here. We just rejected off of VWAP. I'm looking at the highest volume 30-minute candle from last night. That was on the president's comments that energy prices are coming down. 50% of that candle, 56.33. We looked up there, rejected off of it. I'm bearish as well. The market is telling me that it's selling off. So my job would be to not try to guess where it's going and just, get in line with the flow if there's an opportunity to. The only thing I'm thinking is, how much room is there to the downside? We got settlement here, 55.81. We have that $55 price, which would be a really nice target. Coach Ray, I know the last time we were on, you were talking about that $50 to $55.
Yeah, 55 was the target. I can see us going down there again. Yep.
Right. My only question with Crude is, how do we get there? Right. I don't know that there's a doubt in my mind that we trade $55 again. The question is how we get there, and is it in the time frame that we can take a day trade, right?
Correct.
Or is it a better swing trade? But that would be the price I'm looking at here. We are taking a 5-minute opening range trade here, Hogue. So I'll let you know. We got another 3.5 minutes before this range closes. We will be taking the trade from there if it triggers a trade.
We're calling this the Igor Head and Shoulders.
Okay.
He's got the hump on his right side here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And big eyes.
Yeah. It's definitely scary.
Yes, master.
We're seeing the equities continue to push maybe a little bit here. Again, we're going to wait for that crude oil trade. I see some comments about other markets. Even in that poll, we had, maybe we take a look at natural gas for the natural gas opening range trade. We should have some time to maybe look at some alternative markets, once we cover the Nasdaq. I know I've seen some, hey, did you guys talk about silver? Did you talk about natural gas? We'll see if we can bring those in. Maybe not do as deep of a dive as we do with the other markets, but we know that those have been moving for sure. We're going to take a look at the Nasdaq here, but before we do that, we got one more story to share with you. Many workers fear artificial intelligence is coming for their jobs, yet new research finds the opposite is true, at least for now. Let's bring that in.
Jobs that are highly exposed to AI automation have grown at a faster pace than other occupations, according to Vanguard. Their analysis focused on roughly 140 occupations deemed the most vulnerable to getting replaced by AI, including office and law clerks, HR assistants, and data scientists. Some companies have recently reported they're eliminating some positions because AI can automate entry-level workers' tasks or make current workers more efficient. Yet there's no evidence that tech is doing widespread damage because the technology just isn't quite good enough yet. In fact, Vanguard found that employment among the occupations with high AI exposure increased slightly in the past 2 years. And by contrast, job growth has slowed for all other occupations.
Thank you for that, Gabe. The AI isn't good enough. There was a disclaimer there though, or yet, right?
Yeah,
AI isn't good
right.
enough yet.
yeah.
I don't know that AI will ever, this is just my opinion here, will ever replace human creativity, right? That's the one thing I think that as humans we do have an advantage. If you use AI now, right, you have to be a great prompter of the AI, and again, that's for now, right? A calculator is better at doing math than me, right, Ray? But I still have to punch in the right numbers.
Exactly.
Right, the calculator can't do the work for you. You got to tell it
No,
what you're looking
no,
for it to do, and I think AI is kind of
exactly.
still in that place right now. So we should be good, guys. But be nice to the bots just in case they get better. We know we got that NVIDIA AI conference today. That is at 9 a.m. Central Time. That could cause some volatility in the markets. But let's take a look at the Nasdaq. What are we seeing? What do we see in the Nasdaq?
All righty then. Similar to the S&Ps, really.
Mhm.
Again, expiration tomorrow. It's quadruple witching. The break even below the weekly kickoff low did see some decent volume coming in. An addition of about 9,000 open interest. Again, using that directionally during rollover is blurry, but some pretty decent volume. We're still holding below that weekly kickoff low, which is adjusted for the March contract to 25,350. We seeing maybe a little bit of support down here on the daily chart, somewhere around that 100 session moving average. We've got a long way to go before we're going to be looking at any 200 session moving averages. Data is out pretty much for the day. If we were going to be opening near the lows of yesterday, I'd be looking for possible continuation to the downside. But again, we do have that late spike to the downside that is showing rejection of lower pricing. The numbers that came out today were relatively favorable. I'm thinking maybe it's a turnaround Thursday. Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, well, I mean, like I said, if you didn't show me the symbol, this looks a lot like what we were saying about the ES here, right? So I see again, outside of this most recent bullish candle that's currently developing, we were in some downside structure, right? We really technically have not broken the channel to the upside just yet. Again, we still have that developing bullish candle that we need to kind of sort through first. But yeah, assuming that we can get that candle to close as it is currently, and maybe even better than it is, and then maybe get another candle to break the range. Maybe there is some evidence of Santa coming, right? Right. But right now, I'm still kind of maybe acting a little bit like the Scrooge. I'm kind of waiting and seeing how this daily candle is going to play out, and if it does play out, great. But if I'm still a little skeptical.
You're going to Grinch this, aren't you?
I'm going to Grinch this for now.
Well, Santa's alive. He was at the house yesterday. He showed up in an Amazon van. So he's using different forms of transportation and getting a head start on things this year, it seems. Jay, what do you think? How are you feeling about this daily?
On the daily, nice job by buyers stepping up at 25,000. That was a big number there. We were looking at 25. What was that price? 25.20, which was 50% of that October 10th candle. Where buyers stepped up for now, right? What I'm seeing on the daily though, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 down days. Where yesterday we took out the prior day high, but we couldn't close above it. We saw a rejection right at that 20 moving average. So this is in a downward channel right now. Was this the data that we were waiting for the market to now turn around, start descent rally? We will see. But 25,000 held up pretty well there. Big fat round number. Same thing here, Hogue. When the volume steps in for the New York session, does it agree with where we're going?
Right.
And there's a couple prices that we could look at to the upside for potential targets, because there are some nice targets to the upside if we continue to push here. But at the same time, if I'm not already in a position, I don't know that I would be establishing longs at those targets if the market is not agreeing that we should push higher. So right now it looks good. We can take a look at the 30-minute, take a look at that news candle and how the market's responding to there. But there are some upside levels that buyers need to get through for me to be really convinced about this move.
I'm sure. And I see a big, fat, ugly one right up here in the 200 session moving average, 25,341. I know you'll be pointing that out, of course. So, the 30-minute, we do have overnight inventory that is long. Okay. Well, we're just coming off of lows here, and we've been in a downtrend or a down channel for 4 days here. Is this short time frame traders getting too short is I think really one of my main questions. So overnight inventory may be long, yes. We do have the late spike to the downside yesterday. The base of that late spike, 24,922, and late spike guidelines say that a late spike to the downside when the next regular trading hour session opens below that late spike, it's trying to mark acceptance of lower pricing. Well, we're opening above and well above the base of that late spike, which is indicating rejection of lower pricing and possible for the market to return back to being able to BTFD, buy the friggin' dip. Again, we had some single prints and a double distribution trend day yesterday. We've already moved through those in the Nasdaq here. Does that negate the idea that it could fall into repair? Not necessarily. We've got the weekly kickoff high lining up very nicely with the 200 session moving average. Are we going to maybe check the lower distribution at some point today? That would kind of follow suit over the past few days where rallies have just going to keep getting smushed. I don't know what's going to happen. The possibility of a repair does exist, but I do like the fact that we're showing rejection of lower pricing above the base of the late spike. At some point today, I'm depending on, of course, what happens in ACH, baby. We all know anything can happen, but if the market generated information begins to tell me that we've found buyers down here, I will start looking for opportunities for longs. Not sure when, not sure where, but we've got to see how this market opens and how the longer time frame traders that are still present, probably still working a little bit on rollover, treat these lows. Ray, what do you think?
Yeah. So again, I mean, on the shorter time frame, obviously the CPI candle has kind of broken us out of this range from yesterday, right? So we were in this value range. The CPI candle barely got us out of this range, and we followed up with another candle, developing candle, that's even stronger than the one that we were working with as far as wicks go, right? We have our positive DI that's above our negative DI. We have our ADX indicator kind of ticking to the upside. So all things right now, looking at the short term, is saying we should be looking for long opportunities. Now, I don't know about you, I'm not really keen on buying the highs of these highs, right? I'm looking for maybe a little bit of a pullback, maybe back down to 25,216. That's kind of the high end of the value area range from yesterday. That seems like a logical place to participate. I also have my 9 EMA that's even lower than that. Right now, looking at kind of where price is in relation to my VWAP, I feel like I'm a little extended. When I feel like I'm extended, I feel like that rubber band wants to come back to me. So I coined the phrase, "Have you hugged your VWAP today?" Well, we haven't, right? So we'll probably see at some point that we at least get back to VWAP and then maybe continue before we continue in this maybe push to the upside. So short term is showing some positive signals, and maybe I can keep the Scrooge in the closet, right? But I need some more evidence.
Yeah, I like that. I'd like a move back down to VWAP. That would kind of complete repair and give me a much better trade location were I looking for longs. I like that a lot, Ray. Jay, what are you thinking?
Looking at this 30, we are trading above the news candle right now. If you frame out the entire 30-minute candle, trading at that high, Hogue, you already mentioned it, that 200 moving average, 25,341, could be a really nice target to the upside. And then I have to start thinking position management if I'm in a long. If I'm not in a long, I have to start looking for failure of buyers to maybe get into a short, which we've seen over the past 5 trading days. Yesterday, we got really close to that 200 moving average, was 20 points off the high. and a really nice sell-off. So same question here. When the volume comes in for the New York session, what we've been seeing over the past couple of days is long overnight inventory that gets reconciled on the open and cannot hold a bid. And again, we got some data out today that was favorable response to the market. So maybe that breaks that pattern. But the first place that's going to show me that is the market's response to that 200 moving average if and when we get up there. 25,341 is that price. If we start to see volume above it, then great. I think the next upside target is probably the high of that October 10th candle, 25,635, which is pretty up there, right? The Nasdaq is the weakest out of all the equity markets, so that's another 1.5%. That might be a stretch for today. We're already up 1.5%, right? Are we really going to see a 3% day today in the Nasdaq? We'll see what they say during this NVIDIA AI conference, right?
Hey, sounds fun to me.
Right. It would be a great move, but there are probably some levels that we need to get through. I would say that 200 moving average for sure, 25,341. Obviously, big fat round numbers, 25,500. Yesterday's high. What happens when we get up there? So there's some targets here. Would I establish a long here? Ideally, I would have liked to be long somewhere near 50% of that news candle. A little bit of a pullback, maybe to 200s, and see if that holds.
Yeah.
But it looks bullish for now. Great response. But what does the volume say when it comes in?
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. As always, we all appreciate your knowledge, experience, and analysis. We still have no entry here for the crude oil trade. Say it isn't so.
No entry for crude oil.
No entry. Well, I think it's null and void now.
All right. Let's take a look then. Maybe at some alternative markets. I think we got through all the news that we had. Actually, before we do that, let me go through the schedule for who we have trading with us on TopstepTV today, and then we'll get into some of the other markets. Maybe we could talk a little bit about silver. On the schedule for today, coming up for fast markets, we got Gabe, Jack, Hogue, Dakota, and Braden. Gabe is going to be driving fast markets. Love to see that. We got Hogue doing the morning recap. Trade with Topstep, myself, Coach Dakota, and Yusuf is coming back to trade with us on TopstepTV. After that, we got Hogue, Coach Vince, and Hoop for group coaching. Trade with Topstep, we got Jack, VWAP George, and Coach Hoop. And to wrap up the day, right now we got Jack and Hogue for Power Hour, and maybe a special guest in that slot. So we will see. But right now we got Jack and Hogue for Power Hour. A great day of trading lined up ahead for you today. Stay tuned to TopstepTV. If you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up button. We appreciate you all being here, hanging out with us each and every morning that you do. Let's have a good day today. Let's have a good day. Remember that AI conference, NVIDIA AI conference, 9 a.m. Central Time, so about a half hour into fast markets. I want to see if they live streaming that. Can we watch that somewhere? Let's take a look at some of these other markets. Take a look, maybe Hogue at silver. We got a lot of traders trading silver recently. What are we seeing here?
Got it up right here. So, you look at this daily and it looks a lot like gold did earlier in the year, right? I mean, it's just parabolic to the upside. Yesterday, we added 2,400 in open interest. That's a pretty substantial increase in open interest. I'm looking at this, breakout of this and yesterday's rally. I'm giving the current auction process a B because if I give it an A, that usually ends the upside auction. So here we go. Yesterday we had a session gap that remains unclosed. The market put in pretty much almost a double distribution trend day, and it's really opened inside of that range and inside of value in large part. So I'm kind of looking at a potential for repair. We do have a distribution of time and volume up here. I'm just going to call the center of it 6680. Another distribution of time and volume lower. I'm just going to call this the center of that 6587. We've already tested to it in regular trading hours. I can see the market testing to the pretty much, almost the overnight high here. Let's just call it that 6680 level to finish the repair. And then the market is free to do whatever it wants to do, hanging basically inside value. Again, pretty decent overnight, a pretty decent addition to open interest, giving the auction a B, and just waiting for the next move here. Right now, the market is kind of happy and comfortable, just kind of hanging out here. This could be a rest day. We will see what happens. Jay, what do you think of that?
All-time high yesterday. This is not a market that I'd be looking to short. And we talked about this yesterday, right? Do you start to do measured move targets? And if you do one on the daily, it kind of puts us right at that $70 level. That's another 6% from where we are right now, just under 6% from where we are right now. But this market does not look like it wants to stop moving to the upside. There are some sharp pullbacks. And you're going to see that in a market that's just running to the upside. There are some aggressive moves to the downside. I don't want to try to be the first person to catch that high, especially in a silver market, pretty expensive. You can get run over by this train going in one direction. So maybe buy a ticket and find a seat and or stay off the ride. That's an option too. But if you can't find a reason to buy this market, you can fabricate a reason to sell it. Hopefully it's a good reason. And I said that yesterday, and we saw a pretty aggressive sell-off like 3 minutes after I said that. And right after, it got bought right back up, and silver ended the day on its highs. So are there going to be some shorts? Of course, right? Markets don't move in one direction, especially on the shorter time frame. But if I do get into a short, I have to think reasonable expectations for the outcome of that trade, right? If I'm looking to get in a short silver and this be the high of the market for the rest of eternity, I probably have unreasonable expectations here. So take your profits to the downside. Maybe hold on for the ride to the upside.
Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, again, the daily looks beautiful. I mean, everything is pointing to the upside. I see today as kind of maybe more of a range day, more of a digestion day. The Python just ate. So now it's gonna digest this food. So I see silver kind of remaining in some sort of range today, and maybe we can pick maybe the extremes of some of these ranges to maybe participate. If you're inclined on the short side, wait for the highs. If you're inclined on the buy side, wait for some of the extremes on the downside. I think 64 would be one of those extremes, probably a little bit extreme, but I think 64 would be a good level to look to buy silver.
Awesome. Thanks,
Good
guys.
stuff. Thank you, guys. Quote some prices here. Look at this quote board really quick. Biggest percentage movers to the downside right now. We got gold down 0.1%, heating oil down 0.21%, and silver, we were just talking about, our biggest percentage mover to the downside right now, down 0.86%. To the upside, we have natural gas up 2.53%, micro Bitcoin up 3.08%, and micro Ethereum futures, our biggest percentage mover to the upside right now, up 5.26%. Taking a look at the Mag 7, we have NVIDIA. We know we have that AI conference today. Right now, up 1.87%. Looking across the board at all the big tech names, everything is green right now. Everything was red yesterday, so maybe a little relief rally recovery here, whatever you want to call it. But Broadcom up 3%. NVIDIA just under 2% up on the day. Palantir up 2.6%. So there are some movers out there for sure. There are some movers. Let's have a good trading day. Quote some prices really quick here, and then we'll get ready to get into fast markets. Right now, we got the Nasdaq trading 25,258 evens, the S&P 6835 quarter. We have gold trading 4367.60, and crude oil, no trigger on that trade yet. I actually might have done it while we weren't looking. Look at crude oil, 56.33. Last trade there in crude. A little bit of a rally here.
Looks like we probably got our entry there. Yeah, we did get a close above it, but I think it's pretty much too late to party now.
Heavy tilt in crude, 77% long right now. Trying to call the bottom here. What would you say? 56.15, their average price, 77% long crude oil, getting paid right now. But if you look at that chart, how long have you been able to get paid trading crude oil to the upside over the past couple of days? We will see. That's what makes a market. They change every day. They change every day. Coach Ray, Hogue, great stuff as always. Hogue, I think the team is ready. I see Braden, Dakota. Hogue, you're sticking around. Gabe's here. Jack's here. Gang's all ready to go.
Time to do the thing.
Do the thing, Hogue. Take us into fast markets.
I guess.
Thanks, Jay, and thanks, Ray, and of course, thanks to all of you for being here with us. The early birds this morning, the Leprechaun, I still love that name, Shubham, Tommy C, Anastasios, John Jones, Team, we got Crawdad's Fish Market, we got Acoustic Immersion, we got Miner 49er, we got Sodbuster, and we've got all of you again. Thank you very much for joining us. As always, try and remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. Pray for peace. And it is time for fast markets coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on!
All right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Fast Markets. We've got a couple great guests with us.
And
Put your
horns.
ponies in the gates. We got Dakota and Braden back in Fast Markets this morning, and we got Jack as well with the keys to the house account. Hogue will be joining us very shortly after a brief little breather from the opening call. But great to be here with you guys. Dakota, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Gabe. We are good. This market's good. It was by the dip, man. And what a crazy market we are in.
Indeed. Braden, good morning, brother. Welcome back.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome. Thanks for having me back. Yeah, markets are rallying. Sometimes I look at these kind of over, like the market overnight, when we had so much opportunity to kind of buy that dip last night and maybe look for a hold opportunity. So you always kick yourself when you miss that, but it's hard to know, right? But yeah, we're up almost 400 points. So respect the bounce. We'll see what happens. See if we keep trading around the 25,000 level or start making a move back to all-time highs.
All right. Jack, before we get into the
Yes,
opening
sir.
bell here in just a few minutes, man, any thoughts on the data this morning? Anything going into the open that you're
Yeah.
looking for?
I mean, I'm not that. I don't have that much FOMO about not buying the dip last night because kind of the big jump came off of the CPI number. Came in pretty cool. Very, very, very cool. 2.7 versus 3.1 expected. Kind of surprising. With that number, it's just kind of buy the dip all day unless we reach some really crazy levels here. Also, it's sort of a weird number under the hood. Remember, we skipped October. There's some little things. Personally, I'm going to wait for one more number, but it was good.
All right. Fantastic. So we do have the opening bell here in a few minutes here. Chat, good morning. Welcome back to Fast Markets. What is everybody looking for today? Long bias, short biased? What are we cooking up today? And then, gents, do you guys have any levels in mind? How much of a dip are you really looking for in terms of being able to maybe get long in this market? Braden, we'll start with you.
That's a good question, Gabe. Honestly, I don't really even know if I want to get long. I know when we have, obviously this is a data-driven rally a little bit off of CPI. We haven't seen the market opens volume and kind of seen what that sentiment looks like. I'm going to need it to set a range and kind of even get a feel if this rally is going to sustain as we start to see like real volume out of the open. But 25,000 is kind of that key level. Maybe we get a retest and a bounce off of that. But I'm unbiased. I'll trade it long, short, but kind of see what structure sets up out of the open, and we'll see what happens.
Okay. Dakota, anything particular in mind for price levels that you're looking for in the long side? I know you're typically a buy the dip kind of guy.
Yeah, I mean that got some FOMO today, man, with that move. Last night during slow markets, we were at one measured move. Like we were down there at 25,000, 24,900. It was such a great level. But we had CPI today. You never know, like you said, Braden. It's always with hindsight where you like, oh, that was an obvious dip to buy, right? And here we are, 1.5% higher, right back to where we've been most this week. right in between these 25,200s to 25,360s. I could see us pushing right back up towards the highs that we've been testing for most this week, which is going to be these 25,360s. We are right near the low of it. Maybe we get a pullback to these 210s, maybe 200. Look for an opportunity to get in long there. Let the New York session open, shake out a little bit, and then it's long and strong. The Santa rally has it started. The end of year, it is mid-December, so
Well,
maybe
yeah, we
that's
still
low.
CPI was the second to last hurdle. We got one more, which is options expiration tomorrow. That being said, we're going to open right now, probably right around 6,900 in the spot market in the SPX. We could keep on rallying. I'm just not going to be super aggressive buying it right off that. I see we got some number truthers out in the chat. I try my best not to ever, not give into the nihilism of just being like numbers are fudged. So I try and, take them for what they say. But even what it says is that there's still some kind of wonky stuff just because we skipped the last CPI and PPI. So little bigger dip. I'll get some levels once we get started here. 5 seconds till the
All right,
open.
guys, let's do this. And there we go. Let's see what we got cooking today. Looks like gold rolling over a little bit so far to start. Equities taking off a little breather from the highs so far. Tilt leading into the open is about 57% long in the ES and the Nasdaq, but there is an 80% long tilt in crude, by the way. So heavy longs in crude near highs of session so far. New highs equities.
It's going.
Not the biggest pullback in the world, man. That was like, what,
we got that
points?
Pullback. we got a 20-point pullback, and it's just ripping higher.
Sorry. By the way, I added my spread the wrong way there. We're going to be opening in the SPX just below 6,800. 6,900 would be news. So we're about 10 points below there. We'll see what we do.
Guys are both up a little bit from pre-market trading and Globex session. Nice to see a little green on the screen, starting the day with a little bit less pressure.
Green on the screen.
Yeah.
Well,
it's a good thing.
This market's not. This is kind of what I was thinking we was going to do yesterday. We did not do this yesterday.
So let me play devil's advocate for a second while we're waiting to see kind of what really cooks up here. Braden, what would you really need to see to start leaning short? What would be your trigger or criteria that you'd be looking for to kind of, is it structural based? Is it momentum? What kind of stands out to you about a really quick shift in direction like that to make you go short?
Yeah, it would. I mean, it would need to be there would have to be some momentum in play. I wouldn't feel confident if we started if we did start to retrace, and even if that did end up rolling over into like a true reversal, it would need to be with strong momentum because we're in a high volume time right now. But it's tricky because obviously CPI was good, and we have some strong buying pressure out of kind of that base at 25,000s. I would need to see, and I hate to fade like true strong buying pressure. So yeah, I would need to see a lot of validation that this is. I mean, I wouldn't even try to anticipate a reversal. I would need to see this like leave a crazy wick and like trade back down into 100s, and then I would start probably eyeing up a short if I'm looking for like a longer hold time trade. But I will be open to like quick scalps and stuff, kind of watching the range on the 500 tick. But no, it's hard to counter trend whenever we're so strong right now.
I will say, Braden, like this is the area though where if you saw a reversal is not a bad. We're coming up on that 6,800. There's a lot of options resistance I'm seeing up there around 6,800 in the SPX. Right now it looks like it's taking a little breather from there. I would expect it at least to slow down there. We're not going to rip through that level.
I agree with you. This would be kind of the area lower high on the hourly if we do get reversal.
Dakota, I'd ask you the same question, but I have a feeling I know the answer. It depends.
It depends. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's all situational.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if we get this pullback here.
What could be said about kind of the patterns that we've been seeing? Like yesterday, we had the overnight rally. Obviously, today's a little different because CPI, but the overnight rally, then out of the open, we sold off. So sometimes the markets will kind of latch onto those. It's funny. They'll kind of latch onto those ideas and continue playing out for a string of a couple sessions sometimes. Rally in the overnight, sell off in the morning, rally in the overnight, sell off in the morning.
All right, we did
Do
get
you
a
have
little
any?
rejection there, about 10 points so far in the ES off of
Did
about the 6,800 spot.
Bitcoin's also rolling
Let's see
over
if
just a little bit there, Jack. About $700 off the highs in the last 5 minutes.
we didn't get a chance yesterday to
correlation
talk
there.
about the pretty crazy move in Bitcoin. Let me pull that up real quick. I mean, it looks really weird on a half-hour chart. Yeah, what was going on here, guys?
Yesterday,
Yesterday morning, we rallied to 90,000 and then just got slammed back down. Really wild little thing going on there.
indeed.
Any extra information, let me know in chat.
Jack, have you checked in on our lovely whale and where his position's at?
Oh, I always got it up. I mean, it's gonna be better now.
What's the
Our
latest?
our boy was down an unrealized $70 million yesterday. Right now, he is sitting pretty down about $42 million, let's call it. So good day.
Pocket change.
Mm-hmm.
Silver's moving, by the way, guys. We made a high of the pre-market around 66.60 per ounce, roughly, a little shy of that, and now we are trading 65.95, nearing the lows of the 7 a.m. Getting pretty close, so definitely some volume coming into silver. Bitcoin also making a new 5-minute low, looking to maybe take out that low from 810. A couple $100 off. Equities kind of stalling a little bit here, trying to make up its mind on where to go from here. One thing I'm noticing is Crude. So, Braden, you're typically in the past, you've been open to taking some side trades. Any interest in Crude or any other markets right now, in addition to just equities, knowing we're not really getting the conditions so far quite yet?
Man, Crude. I'm just, I guess I'm a little traumatized that it starts ranging again down here around that 56 level. I know that's kind of a huge level on the daily that we've seen a lot of kind of indecision and then ultimately maybe start to rally off of this level again. But no, I did like Crude from like the 60s down to the 56 level. But now with that strong daily candle and a little bit of consolidation around here, I don't want to get chopped up too much. But no, I'm not super interested. I probably will just be trading NQ, maybe a little bit of gold, maybe check out the silver market as well.
Okay. Sounds good, guys.
Looking around the stocks right now, not surprisingly, everything is green in the Mag 7 plus Broadcom. Besides our contrarian, Apple's down about 0.9% right now. Leader, Broadcom, Amazon are up 1.7, 1. Amazon's almost up 2% right now. 10-year, big decrease in the news, down to a 4.116 yield. We got as high as 4.2 a couple sessions ago.
Jack, I do have a question from somebody in chat for you that I think that you could possibly answer a little bit better than I could. Not Connor asked, why are we not weighing this CPI as heavily as the others? Any thoughts on that?
Couple reasons. One, the biggest by far is that we didn't have it last month. So the series has kind of been broken. There's been some difficulties in collecting data, things like that. And second, it came in, usually they're pretty good about getting the estimate within, granted they had an extra month off, within 0.1, 0.2. If you're 0.4 off, I kind of started looking under the hood. So headline, it's a really good number. And I would love for that to be the case going forward, but I'm not going to just push all my chips in on like, okay, it's all over, buds. Also, I'm not
Not
drinking
yet.
a beer. I'm drinking a Spindrift, a grapefruit Spindrift.
There you go. By the way, guys, we are seeing some new lows in silver. Precious metals are taking a little bit of a dump here, about $8 per ounce in gold in the last 5 minutes. We've got about 40 odd cents per ounce in silver. Crude also coming, making some lows. Equities rolling over just a little bit. Getting our first real kind of dip since the open. See how far it will go. Tilt's getting a little short right now as well. ES is about a 60% short tilt, 75% short tilt in the Nasdaq. Crude's tilt coming off the longs a little bit, only 70% long now instead of 80, what we saw about 10 minutes ago.
Man, look at this
Bitcoin
sell
broke.
off. This is a pullback. This is the pullback. I'm gonna go get in. I'm gonna get in one long right now from 190.
Go.
192. I got 192.
All right, Dakota long 1 micro Nasdaq, 25,192 quarter. I assume you're going to try to build into this, or you're just going to take it easy on maybe just a one contract, kind of get a feel for things.
Yeah, I'll build into this. I'll
Gotcha.
definitely build into this.
Yeah, we're in this weird little market because what kind of got ignored in this is, I mean, we also had jobless claims came in on the numbers. Philly Fed was terrible, minus 10.2 versus a 2.25 estimate. It's a little all over the place.
Well, guys, I think in terms of upcoming economic reports today, we've got a pretty relaxed day for the remainder. We do have natural gas storage reports coming out at 9:30 Central, 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So take a look at natural gas if that's a market that you love. I know we'll get Hoop on during group coaching today. Maybe we'll get him to kind of speak on that a little bit. Outside of that, though, I'm not seeing a whole lot else on the calendar.
If you take all the number drop this morning at just, let's assume we live in the world where they're perfect, then it's like, okay, we should be cutting rates more. That's what jumps out to me. I think given the gap, we'll probably need one more number and one more CPI PCE cycle. But we're selling off a little here.
Silver making new lows as well. Equity just made new lows on the session so far. ES trading 68.28 half. Nasdaq 25,186 and moving quickly. Silver popped those lows 65.35 per ounce last trade. Bitcoin stalling kind of near the recent 5-minute lows, 88,290 per Bitcoin. Gold rolling over another $9 per ounce lower in the last 5 minutes. Last trade 43.50 an ounce, maybe taking a peek near those 7 a.m. lows. Crude kind of hanging around 56.20 a barrel. Dakota, looks like you got a second contract on that. You averaging what, 202s?
202s. Yep.
Now, how many are you looking to really get into? What's your average lately? Are you thinking like 3 maybe total?
I'll probably get into maybe 5, depending on how this market structure is. Like if we consolidate here a little bit, then I'll build this position.
Okay.
Let's see.
Seeing your comments, guys. See a few comments in chat, of course, reporting a little bit of freezing or potentially being down. We have reported to our engineering team. We'll share with updates as we get them. But right now, so far, not a whole lot happening for us on the screen at the moment. Gold just made new lows, 43.46 per ounce. Broke the 7 a.m. lows. Silver also another 50 cents lower in the last 5 minutes. So precious metals really cooking to the downside right now. Equity's kind of holding bid.
All right.
All right, so it looks like we may be experiencing some technical issues with the platform. We're going to take a brief pause in our programming for the day. We know this can be frustrating, and we'll have more information to share tomorrow about the improvements we're making across the platform and trader support. For today, you can track platform status updates on X at Ask Topstep, or you can also visit status.topstep.com. We appreciate you guys being here. But we will take a brief break and share some updates as we get them.
Click like, click subscribe. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Futures traders should know and understand what open interest is. Open interest, quite simply put, is the number of outstanding contracts in a futures product. Why is it important? Open interest can tell you when money is coming into or being pulled out of a specific futures contract. Now, how can you use that to your advantage? When price is rising over time and open interest is increasing, that says that money is coming in to the long side of the market. It's a strong move to the upside. Open interest starts to fall off in that direction, maybe the market's running out of gas a little bit. And the same is true in the opposite direction. If price is moving lower over time on increasing open interest, money is coming into the short side in that market. But if open interest starts to fall off as price continues to go lower, maybe the downside is now out of gas. I hope this simple explanation of open interest is going to help you trade well.
All right. Thank you for your patience. We are back. Looks like Topstep X is working as expected, and our teams will continue to monitor things. So let's get back to these markets, guys. We did see the equities pop once we went off. And so we're getting a little bit of a bid back in the markets here, kind of nearing the high of the open. S&P's trading 68.45. Nasdaq last trade 25.282. Gold also rallying off the lows of the session, 43.40 roughly, or just a little bit under that were the lows. And now we're all the way back up at 43.64 half. Bitcoin kind of cooling off as well. Looks like crude pulled off that pivot and made a new high of session, 56.37 currently per barrel. Silver also taking a little breather off that big dump we had back up to near 65.75 an ounce. Anything that we're seeing, guys, that we like? I know, Dakota, you had that trade from the 202s, closed out at 230s.
Yeah, that pullback was the buy the dip I was looking for. Like that was the big trade for this morning right now. So now it's just being patient. If we get back down to that level, I'll look for another long. If not, maybe we could push and break through these session highs. I mean, session highs are 320s, and yeah, that's a 100-point sell off or 150-point sell off, 100-point rally. I'm still looking for a push towards these mid to upper 300s, kind of the upper end of this consolidation we've seen earlier this week.
All right, Braden, anything that you're seeing right now?
Yeah, I like that, pushing a 300 idea as well. Had the market open, all that volume came in. Sellers attempted to flush under 200s, kind of got rejected, and now trying to build some structure kind of near session highs. The hourly is kind of set up nicely to maybe move back above high day at 320. So I like that idea too. Maybe look for some dip buys around kind of right here at 260, 270s. If we continue to sustain a base here or support, that structure tells me that we can attempt to rally back through session highs at 320. So I'm cool to try some longs around this area for sure. Maybe start to build a position.
Sounds good. Tilt's looking a little
What's
heavy
up,
on the
guys?
long side. What's up,
What's
Hope?
up,
Yo,
Hey, it came out of the woodwork. No doorbell or nothing.
Sorry about
Popped
that.
up.
Didn't mean to scare
Oh,
you.
it's all good. Welcome, man. Hogue, first time
least-
hearing from you since opening call. What's going on in your world this morning? Anything you're seeing?
Just watching here. The 200 session simple moving average on the 30-minute chart really kind of topped off the Nasdaq. Neither of the opening ranges, 1 minute opening ranges, is the high or the low. Kind of what I was expecting. We had, I think Braden just got in something, huh?
Yeah, I'm going to start to build a position. I want to try to cap this around 5 micros. Kind of in here at the 260s, 270s, looking to dip buy back into maybe a break above 320s. So I've got 3 right now. Then I'll try to load up some more if we get it under 257. Try to buy some more. Probably run a stop around 200 even.
Okay. All right. So Braden getting in long here. 3 micros to start.
Add 2 more here at 54. So I'm in 5 now.
Okay.
Average is 266.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I do like longs today. We had the late spike to the downside yesterday. We've opened above it. We're in a bit of a repair zone. That's one caveat to longs up here. We could kind of check this upper distribution of time and volume and check this distribution of time and volume, which we kind of did prior to the open. We got some single prints here in the double distribution in the Nasdaq. They go from 25,240, 550 down to 25,122. Looking at some pretty big ranges for opportunities here. But I do like the idea of longs. We got to take out that 200 session moving average, which is coming in at 25,344. And we got to get above weekly kickoff low, which is 25,350 if we're going to see any big continuation to the upside here. Just the way it looks to me.
Sounds good, Hogue. Appreciate that. Jack, any thoughts? Was that enough of a dip to maybe entice you for some longs, or are you kind of going to stay hands off for now with the keys?
We were off. That first dip was pretty big. Good job, Dakota, on it. Once again, we're back to where we were around the open, and there's still, for me, remember, it is quarterly options expiration tomorrow. And that 6,800 level, we're about 12 points away from it right now. We need to go about 11 points up from here in the futures. So let's say around, 6,855 or something. I see some pretty decent resistance there in the options. So I would expect it at least, as I said, to slow down, if not maybe an area up there that if you see the right reversal looking for shorts. Yeah, but I'm still just waiting for a dip, I guess. Another dip.
Okay. What if we were to blast through that level, Jack, with no real hesitation? You see sustained buying above that level. Would you be more interested in continuing direction at that point instead of looking for a possible dip?
No, I mean, like, I don't think unless there's some news that comes out, I don't think we're gonna blast through that level. I think it's gonna take some time to get through it. I mean, the direction is up. Good CPI number. We shall see.
Right. All right. So Braden's long, 5 micro from 266 was your average.
Yep, just about 267.
You're essentially looking for a move into those lower 300s just to start, and we'll gauge from there.
Yeah, if we can get a retest of that pivot we're off of now, like 303, that start to look good. Maybe start to scale out of some, go break even, but we'll see how deep this pullback gets. I've got my stop out at 203.
Okay.
$203 is where the 100 session simple moving average is on the 30-minute chart.
So, okay. We do have a 78% long tilt in the crude right now. So getting back near that 80% level. So a little heavy there, even though we're kind of dipping right now
Good
back
short.
near 5620. Yeah. Getting a little bit of a 3-bar reversal in crude on the 5-minute time frame in addition to tilt being long. With you, Hogue. I kind of like that concept.
And a failed upside auction.
There you go.
Mm.
Might be tempting that side trade there from Braden.
Yeah, there you go.
Braden, you ever have 2 positions on at one time like that? I know you got your focus on the equities. You ever?
Oh, I've seen it.
Crude and
Yeah.
equities go.
Yeah, pretty often, honestly. If
Often,
one of the
okay.
trades is like a longer hold time, then maybe I'll have it. Well, what has to align is there has to be 2 markets that pique my interest, which isn't super common. But yeah, usually if I have a longer hold time and I see a scalp opportunity, another one, then we'll be in 2 trades at the same time. Don't really love this pullback on NQ. I think about cutting this a little early. Just in the context of kind of wanting to hold the structure, this pullback seems a little too harsh. Yeah, I'm gonna cut it early. I'd take a $500 loss on that. I don't see if we're not kind of holding bids around 230s, 240s. I don't really see buyers stepping back into this. So I'm gonna sideline for a little bit, let the structure play out, see
Yeah.
if we sweep the lows at 170s, I guess.
So we had 2 tests of that 6,800 area in the spot. So far, it's rejected decently twice. Dakota, are you still in dip buying mode?
Yeah. Well, we shall see if we get back down to these 180s again. How price reacts. I don't mind buying down here again.
All roads. VWAP 25,166.
68% short tilt in the Nasdaq. 61% short in the ES. Hold about 50-50 right now.
Okay, I just got into 2 micros short on NQ at 201, looking for the breakdown through that 160 that we saw earlier in the session.
Okay.
It's playing the momentum. This looks like a breakdown through 160s. It's a strong rejection of a lower high off of 300s. Really not seeing buyers sustain this level, so gonna play with the trend a little bit here.
At least in the options, I really don't see any support anywhere near below. So hopefully that plays out for you here, Braden.
Jack, what would be the next level of support that you're seeing? I mean, how much lower would it be?
Possibly like 67.95.
There's some room.
There is. Things could get volatile. I mean, like, especially going into power hour tomorrow. Hold on to your butts.
Oh yeah, all those options.
Yes, trillions of dollars of options.
Really?
No, I mean the notional value.
Right. I
Which
got
gets a
you.
little weird, but there's a, I think the correct term is like a metric butt ton of options that are expiring
Metric butt
tomorrow.
Braden, are you adding to that short right now? Is that what
No,
I'm hearing?
I'm actually covering. You're kind of selling
Okay.
off slowly into this level. I'm going to cover and look to re-enter above 190. If we get that on a pop, I'll re-enter.
Nice trade.
Stuff. All right, so Braden's flat. We handle these previous 5-minute lows and looks to be a 1-hour low as well.
And Broadcom cannot catch a break. It has joined Apple in the red, down 0.7% as we speak. Leader Tesla's up 2.5%. Amazon up 2.2.
Jack.
Yeah. I'm long to
Bitcoin
micro.
also kind of following. All right, Dakota's long. Here's your CYA on this, knowing we're dipping.
I have about right near the low of the CPI candle. That's the thing, is we might come down and test where the CPI came out, but I like this level. This level worked before. So I'm going to build a position long 3 at 183.
1,000 lot
short
on the bid in the ES.
I got short 3 198 for the retest of that low and a break.
So we got Dakota long 2 MNQ from 183. Braden short 3 micros from 193.
It's a decision zone
198.
for sure.
Oh, 198, excuse me. Sir. Bitcoin's holding up a little bit more than the equities right now, kind of holding bid around 88,245.
Added 2 more at 208. My average is 203.
Short 5, 203.
Yep.
I'm going to take some profits here at 215.
Let's trade Dakota.
All right.
Out 1.
Yep.
I imagine. Okay.
Yep.
Guys both going to make money on this.
Yeah, so far, yeah.
I love it when that happens.
It's nice.
Tilt's still looking fairly short here in the equities, holding strong at 61% short tilt in the S&Ps, 68 in the Nasdaq. Nothing's changed there. Crude about 70% long tilt. Gold still split 50-50. Not a whole lot cooking in gold right now. Last trade 43.61 a half an ounce. Silver 65.42. Crude in the middle of the range of the session. If we can get another push down here for Braden.
I covered just a couple there. If we start to we are retesting a low, so some retracements here could happen. If that's the case, I'll just try to close some in profit, then re-enter and continue doing that. If we put in like a little 20, 30 point range before we break lower, that'd be good. So I covered 3 at 180, 185.
All right, let's see if we can test the New York lows here. ES, we got about 7 points to
Flat.
go.
Goes flat.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm
Just
kind of
didn't like
feeling
that
out.
we were holding there. All right, Braden.
I was just saying, I'm kind of covering around here in the 180s, trying to kind of cover as I see weakness. And then if we get it back above 190, maybe add again, add back to short.
What would be the invalidation for this? Are you looking essentially to hold underneath that previous little pivot on the 500 tick? There you go.
Yeah, no, yeah, it would be nice to see that pivot hold for sure as we're kind of seeing weakness into this low. Those are sometimes really strong kind of strong points of invalidation, which sometimes you can't see on a time-based chart, but that tick chart, yeah, that kind of pivot off of 216 would be important to hold. We could obviously take it out and maybe move a little bit higher, and at that point, I would kind of float it, manually stop it out if we start to see like really strong momentum above it, but we'll see.
All right.
Well, the fear and greed index today for stocks is neutral. However,
Really?
for crypto, for Bitcoin, it's still an extreme fear. So, tale of two markets there. Bitcoin spot has recovered some 88,000 just about right now.
I got back in short 5 at 184, like looking for a very quick breakdown.
Alrighty.
Pivot off of 215, pivot off of 205. I might cut it though if it doesn't play out here.
And I'm back in my long as well. This is decision zone, back and forth, right in. That's for sure.
Will these lows hold or not? That is the question. ES kind of hanging around 68.28 half. Nasdaq last trade 25,195 and moving quickly. Gold 43.61 per ounce. Crude hanging around 56.24 a barrel. Bitcoin 88,340 and micro silver 65.50. 5-minute candle just
overall,
closed.
We're up about
Okay.
0.75% ES, 1.2% NQ, 0.8% Russie.
Well, Dakota, you ain't kidding. This is really a decision area. I mean, we've got the volume point of control here at 25,195. So a lot of people comfortable transacting business right here.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out. I think I'd rather see a little flush down and then a reversal.
I mean, if we break the lows here, we got some megaphoning going on in the 15-minute.
Yikes.
I'm out. I needed a better entry there.
All right. Grade and cut. What's the updated P&L there? Or flat?
772.
Some guys. All right, Dakota, you're still flat, right? Or did you get in that long?
Yeah, I'm in this long here from 194. This might, if this keeps going back and forth, I might just flat and sit on my hands for a minute.
I agree. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm feeling too. I'm kind of like looking for this breakdown, but if we don't get it, don't really want to take too much of a loss. I'm in short at 185. Keeps looking like a possible break under 170, so I'm trying to give it a shot. But it's being a little choppy.
You guys are very active this morning.
Indeed.
It's been one trade though.
Yeah,
it's just back
yeah.
in and out, in and out, managing risk, I think, on both sides. There we go. That's
Nice.
All right, I'll take a couple.
Braden, you
profit there in the
flattened
30s.
on that.
Yeah, I'm out.
What's
taking
your
some
entry,
profits off.
Dakota?
195. Still long 3.
Shout out to Dave Ray in chat. Passed my combine. Great work, Dave. Love to hear it. Always a celebratory moment.
Right.
You guys see that Trump media is trying to merge with a nuclear fusion company?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Did not have that on my bingo card.
No.
That's an interesting one.
What would be the purpose in that? Like, what's the logic behind that merger? Two different.
Well,
Jack's like, I have no idea. Why you asking?
I mean,
Trump media is up 32% today on that.
Holy crap.
Hype.
All right. Took another profit, and I'm going to leave this one runner. We might break through session highs here at that. Look
Yeah,
at that move.
That looks solid.
Great
That
momentum.
looks solid. I jumped in along trying to catch that rally up to the not all-time highs, session highs. I'm at 252 at 10 micros. It's got a lot of strength on it right here, holding that double bottom.
Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't have like a breakthrough and then a reversal. Like we just held.
Yeah, sometimes when those double bottoms hold, they can lead to really strong rallies. We're right back here. I mean, 260s back up to 300s when we're talking about session highs again. Just needs to find a little bit more strength.
So you're in 10 from 252?
Yep, 252.
Okay.
Nice.
What made you add size in comparison to what you've been averaging so far? Was it more so the condition that changed that allowed you to or enabled you to add more size? Chop versus true direction
Yeah,
and
like
momentum?
we're seeing momentum here. This is one of the one of the quicker moves we've seen from low to high. So when you see kind of that quickness come to the market, sometimes it can be the kind of the more true move and not a fake out. So we'll see. Fingers crossed. But this has a tremendous amount of momentum. If you can kind of eye that early, you can try to get in. But I like to get in with size when we see momentum because it usually is here and now. So it'll play out pretty well. There's 290s. Nice.
Go see if we can break this pivot around the 300s.
Also, yeah, with this push into the 280s, this looks like it has potential to break back to session highs. So in that context, it might be a longer hold time trade for me, which usually I put more size on as in terms of just kind of a quick scalp. I'll have a little bit less.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we see kind of this retracement needs to get bought, and then you want to see 300s get taken out.
We're in it together, man. I like it.
Yeah,
I have my one runner
that's
on.
a good trade. Good trade, Dakota.
This is a beautiful example of 2 or 3 paper cuts in a decision zone, and then when you catch a move like this, it pays for all of them and then some.
Indeed. Yeah, it's a nice strong 5-minute bar. Nice close.
Yeah, 300 looks very, very realistic here. Right here, 300's pushing. Nice. 310s.
Right.
What a trade. That was a good entry right there, Dakota.
Yes, just made new session high, 68.52 last trade. Nasdaq slightly behind, but above 300 again, 25,310. Other markets are kind of slow. Follow. Gold not seeing a whole lot of volume, 43.63. Crude also kind of trading middle of the session, 56.29. We got silver hanging around in a little consolidated pattern around 65.60. And we got Bitcoin as well, kind of holding bid around 88,570.
Hey, we're
Seeing
coming
a
up on
whole
a
lot of
third.
size.
We're 2 points
Subject.
below 6,800 in SPX right now, so we're coming up for a third time to test this area. We broke through, but this is sort of like, this is my very important area of the day. I expect it to at least slow down here to the long side, if not be an opportunity for a reversal.
All right, Nasdaq looking to make a push above session highs here. We can break above into these 330s.
That was casually 120 points from. Wow, I didn't realize that was that big of a move.
Yeah.
Nice casual 120 points.
50-point move.
Nice. Yeah.
Are you taking off high day break, or what's the exit plan?
I'm going to trail this because this definitely has the potential to
new highs.
This has the potential to get back up towards these 240s or 240, 340s, 340s.
You do have some reference to kind of manage risk up here against the 200 session moving average on the 30-minute chart in the Nasdaq. It's 25,335. So a level that Jay was talking about during the opening call to manage a potential long up here somewhere.
Still haven't cracked. We came very close, like within a point of cracking 6,800 in the SPX. Still just hanging around there. Here we go. Nope.
Stocks reversing almost everything yesterday. Well, close. Not so much. We still have the potential to just keep on going.
New highs.
And there we go.
Yeah,
This is 6,800 right here.
That's a trade where you can kind of just get in with the momentum because we're moving from one end of the range to the other with no pullback. So, I mean, that was a 160-point rally. I'm going to take 5 off here at kind of the high of daybreak. But that's why I love
10,
momentum trading. Well, I just took 5 off.
Yeah.
I'm in 5 now.
Okay. Nice.
But yeah, I mean, I didn't really wait for much of a retracement because when you have momentum, you kind of have to act. Not totally impulsively, but you have to act. The pullbacks are small when we see like strong momentum. So you just got to get in. That's where I get in trouble when I just try to get in. Go ahead, Hogue.
I was just going to say, there's very few times that is the right thing to do, and you nailed it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, kind of working off of that. Like whenever I'm on here and I'm struggling, most of the time it's me kind of getting the wrong read that we do have momentum and getting in impatiently, and then we end up chopping back to my entry, and I'm just taking paper cuts. So yeah, you got to be, you got to know when momentum's there, when it's not, and I struggle with that all the time. Sometimes I get faked out all the time, thinking momentum's there when it's not.
I'm out. We hesitated here, and take that trade. Quick 10-minute trade.
Stuff.
That was
solid.
That's bigger than that CPI move.
Yeah.
CPI itself was what? You've got essentially a low of 108s with a high of about 199s. So about 90
If you
points
measure that
essentially.
if you measure the CPI move from top to bottom and top, that's the same exact move we got right now from a point value. Like if you measure this measured move from low to high, we just had that right there. So we could still keep going. I'm gonna easily look back and say I wish I had a runner. So, Braden, you got a runner?
New highs.
Yeah, new highs.
25,340s last trade in the Nasdaq. ES pushing 68.57s here in the futures. How's the spot looking there, Jack?
We're right at 6,800 pretty much right now. And I would expect the next 10 points up in the ES to be interesting. Like if it's going to keep on going, it's got to get, if it gets above, it's got to chew up these next 10 points.
All right. Well, I know the conversation's built around the momentum we're seeing right now, but I do want to point out that the natural gas report did come out. Storage, the actual number was minus 167 billion. Forecast was a negative 176 billion. Just a heads up for all my nat gas traders out there. Talk about that a little bit more in group coaching today with Coach Hoop. Stay tuned for that.
Yeah, we got in there.
5.
Yeah, we got in there 10 micros long at 252. I'm going to try to take some more off at 353. Call it 100 points.
Call it 100 points. Just casual.
Mm-hmm. Super cash.
Bitcoin's pushing too. We're right above 88,000 in the spot.
Yeah, still jumped above 90 yesterday before getting batted down. Now everything's green again, besides Apple, down just a smidge. Tesla and Meta, Amazon leading the way. And Nvidia's up 2.5%. That'll do it.
All right, gold pushing above the 5-minute range here. We got 43.70s just printed. Crude also making a run towards session highs, 56.36 last trade per barrel. Silver also pushing the 5-minute highs, 65.86. And Bitcoin is currently still kind of just doing nothing, 88,500. Nasdaq looking to peak above and make another new high. Braden, you said you got an offer to sell a couple more above the market?
Yeah, I've got a limit sell in at 357, a limit sell in at 368. Just kind of as this chews away 10 points at a time, maybe try to step out of it.
Fantastic.
But trying to exit, if you're in a long position, just generally trying to exit into the strength, much prefer to be exiting on green candles than red candles up here.
Uh-huh.
But at the same time, we don't know if this can, pull back here. All right.
Those
That limit order at
There you go.
357 spilled. Yeah, that one's solid.
Nice, Phil. For those
100
that are
points.
watching that maybe don't understand the logic behind that, can you kind of describe a little bit more about why you would rather exit upon green candles versus red when you're long?
Well, yeah, I mean, first of all, the profit's going to be higher. I know that's a very blanket statement, but
Yeah.
if you're long,
That's
you're
the
going to be
easy
exiting
answer,
into
right?
strength. Yeah, it's the easy answer. If we're long, exiting into strength rather than sitting around too long, letting this market pull back, print a couple red candles, then I'm exiting down here. I would be exiting obviously at the highest possible point where I don't know where that is, but as we continue to break through 360s, 370s, we already have more than 100-point trade. I'm more than happy to just try to be exiting. I'm not asking a ton from the market, but trying to get out as this market breaks into new highs and is continuing to show strength. That's where I want to be locking in profits and securing the trade, right? Because it was a good trade. Now we want to make sure that we're actually executing, getting out whenever the price action is strong, so we can secure kind of the most profit we can.
It's like
Um,
at least you have a chance of getting out at the dead ass high.
Right.
If
Exactly.
you let it come back and start, getting out when it starts to show weakness, it's like
Yeah.
every putt that you leave short doesn't fall.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. The golf reference, Hogue.
Oh,
Exactly.
volatility
Oh.
here.
Oh, yeah, there we
That's
go.
going in.
All right, so
Yeah.
there's a high. Little 25-point drop here, but getting recovered
Oh my
pretty quickly.
gosh.
Juking.
That was a nice V off of that quick drop.
Yeah. Maybe
Yeah,
a
it
little
is.
profit taking.
Just that little quick. There's wow, there's volatility. Do we see where we opened up yesterday during the New York session, which was the 440s?
What was the question?
No, can we see yesterday's highs, which is these 440s?
Oh, yeah.
Or where we opened
Possible.
up. Yeah, it's so much momentum.
Yeah, we're chewing through. What was that? It was a little fight going on there.
Was that the pullback? Chat, was that the pullback?
You have a limit sell in there to get filled there.
Mm.
See, that's like you can't get in on a market order whenever it's that quick. Sometimes that's kind of why I like to have the limit sells in here too. Like it would be just as easy for me to come over here and hit the market to get out. But sometimes we'll like pop and leave a wick, and like it's quicker than you can react. If you have a limit sell, you have a chance of getting filled on it, at least.
Mm.
Yeah, market order, you'd more than likely get slipped by a few points based on
Yeah.
how quickly it's moving.
Used to
Yeah,
call
look
those
at this
wish
grade.
385 is filling.
Yeah, we're chewing through these.
Let's go.
75, 86, 75, maybe next possible resistance.
How important is this to you, Jack? The Fed
Important
Fund
is
tool
what? Oh,
got a little bit of a bump off that number. 26, almost 27% of a rate cut in Jan.
Yeah, let me look at the compare thing here.
All right, it just got filled
So
2 through the 380s,
You're
390s got filled 2. I'll take one
Nice.
off again. I'm fully out there, up 2,500.
Good
Nice
stuff.
work.
Nice.
Great trade, man.
You too, Dakota. That was a
Great
solid
trade.
trade.
Good conviction. Great execution. Solid risk management and trade management. Advantage of a
Pro Bowl trading. Where
was
else
that
do you see that?
150? 150 points from your 260s?
Yeah,
50s?
150 points. I think what's more impressive is when we were down there at those 160s or 180s, where we were, Braden, and you were looking for shorts. I was looking for longs. We were both getting in and out and getting chopped up there for a minute. But as soon as the market picked a direction, we were both in it, and we both caught it. And so, shout out to like your flexible bias, right? You're just looking for a short, you didn't see it, and then you flipped, and we caught this move and got paid. So that's pretty cool to see and to trade with.
100%.
Gotta be flexible with the markets. It's the days that you like really, really marry kind of the idea that you have in your head and you just refuse to take anything else. You're only going to trade it short today. This has to be the high. I'm going to short it. This has to be the high. I'm going to short it with more size. This is definitely the high. I'm short it with more size. And that's, you know what I mean?
That was
Like
me
an
yesterday in my
unwind.
personal. Like yesterday, I bought some Q's options, and it just kept going down. So I was just like, man, I'm gonna get a little bit more and a little bit more. It just kept going down. And
Never
those
done
days
that.
are just. You've never done that, Hoke?
Yeah.
I
Of
don't.
course.
I don't know
That's
if I believe
sarcasm.
them.
Yeah, I was about to say that sounds like sarcasm.
A little bit.
Good thing they don't expire till tomorrow, and we had a daylight
Oh, you
today.
got days.
but-
You got hours, man.
Yeah.
No sweat.
Good stuff, guys. Well, now that we're out of some trades, let's do a quick news break. When it comes to the end of the year holiday travel, Americans are willing to spend. Karen Kafo looks at which costs are up, which are down.
More travelers, more airplane seats, higher airfares, and lower gas prices. It all adds up to another 2025 travel boom.
Americans aren't letting economic uneasiness stop them from hitting the roads, the rails, and the airports for the holidays.
The uncertain economy is certainly not stopping them from holiday travel. This is yet another record season.
AAA forecasts 122.4 million U.S. travelers will take a trip at least 50 miles from home during the end-of-year holiday travel period. That's up 2.2% from 2024. About 90% of holiday travelers, AAA says, will go by car, with the national average for a gallon of gas sitting below $3 thanks to crude oil prices down 20% from this time last year. In the skies, industry trade group Airlines for America anticipates domestic airlines will carry 52.6 million passengers between December 19th and January 5th, up 1.5% over 2024. Expedia's Melanie Fish says passengers who want to travel with minimal crowds should avoid the highest volume days.
The busiest day for air travel is shaping up to be that Saturday right before Christmas. And then the second busiest day is shaping up to be the 26th, the day right after Christmas.
Airlines for America predicts U.S. airlines will add 72,000 seats each day of the holiday stretch. Sarah Kopit, editor-in-chief for travel news site Skift, says airlines have prepared for the rush as best they can, even as the nation grapples with an ongoing air traffic controller shortage.
The airports and the airlines, they are confident that this season they'll be able to handle anyone who wants to come out and fly.
And for those who delayed booking their holiday flights, Expedia's Melanie Fish tells me that there still are some seats available, but expect to pay for them. She also said that some last-minute routes may require multiple legs or layovers, so make sure that saving money is worth that extra time. In Washington, I'm Karen Kaffa.
Kind of let her cook for a while at the end there.
Yeah. Jack, comments,
Yeah, they did.
concerns? You traveling around the holidays?
Mm,
Not so much.
I think
Silence.
I
All right, Jack, I hear you.
you know what I think?
Did you say Jack or
last year-
Chat?
I
Jack.
said Jack, but it's
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
I thought you said chat, so I didn't know why I was catching strays or why you were
Oh,
so
no,
quick.
no.
No, I don't travel anymore. I got 3 kids under 4.
Uh, I
They
I
come to
Could,
think
but you
us.
just
last
choose
year
One
not
of the
to.
benefits. Yeah.
or
Yeah.
the year before, wasn't an airline looking to put like standing, like in the buses, you just stand there with just your hand grabbing onto to something.
Yeah, that's
Or like,
Spirit Air.
is it?
Yeah. I mean, Ryanair will
I'm
do that
for
first
that.
if they can.
I mean, if you're taking like a quick, 30-minute flight or an hour flight, like for example, Salt Lake City to Vegas, I'm all for it. I'll pay a cheaper fare to just stand for an hour. I wouldn't mind.
I mean, so what happens when there's turbulence? There's no safety
That's
involved.
crazy.
No, you're strapped in like a roller coaster, I think.
Oh, are you?
I don't
They
know.
got a harness?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, you
I
ever
just
ride
didn't
the
know once you
Iron
free
Wolf at Six Flags back in the day? I think it's one of those deals.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I got you. They've brainstormed or envisioned a couple different versions of kind of changing up the way seating is in airfare. But overall, the one that I least favor, I don't mind standing, but the one that I least favor is where the seats are facing each other. Like you got 2 rows and they're literally
Oh,
their knees are touching and you're having to face the
No,
other.
I'd
It's
Oh,
like
buy
you
both
Amtrak.
seats.
bastards.
Yeah,
They make it
I would
easier as
spend
a
the extra
ranch
money to.
person.
like
Terrible.
riding
Yeah.
a train.
Playing footsie, like, nah, I'm good. I don't want to have to stare at you, eat your food or
You can do
off
that
into
on
my
the train
my
for an
bubble.
hour
Yeah.
on the way down. That's always
You
fun.
know, Hogue, I think part of the reason that they got rid of the Iron Wolf was crotch trauma from those
What?
seats.
Really?
Yeah. Because you were sitting, it was like the whole gimmick of the roller coaster was that you were standing up, but it was like you were sitting like on a bike seat with those shoulder pads
Yeah.
and then doing like roller coaster stuff. It was not good for your reproductive future.
It's the first time I've heard crotch trauma, Jack.
That
Yeah. And they got rid of the
is
shockwave because of head trauma. It's called the shockwave. It would just scramble your friggin' skull.
yeah, that one was a little rough, but I loved it. Shockwave was one of my favorites, which is probably why my brain just scrambled.
Yeah. Let's go to CME night next year, Hogue. I missed it by a day this year, but it's a great time to go to America. Great America.
It is. It is.
Well, guys, markets aren't really
Nasdaq,
doing a whole lot here.
I mean,
What's
we're
up,
up
Dakota?
2%. Nasdaq's up 2%, so it's completely reversed everything from yesterday.
Turn around Thursday.
Yeah. There's the Christmas.
Didn't
There's
you
the Christmas
say
rally.
that about any day, Hogue?
Pardon?
Couldn't you say that about any day? What's that more common day that we get
Turn
turnarounds?
around Tuesday is the
Gotcha.
real colloquialism.
Okay.
But we were talking about maybe a turnaround Thursday today, and so far it's playing.
Well, we're stalling near the 400s, just shy of that. 25,375, getting a little bit of a pullback. Is this the next dip to buy? That is the question. Gents, are you looking for other opportunities to maybe get re-entered into longs, or are you pretty much hands off at this moment, knowing we're a couple hundred points higher?
Hands off from me right now.
Okay. Braden?
I like the idea. I liked it about 30 seconds ago at the 60s, and now we're at the 80s. I do like maybe trying to take a trade back through high day. Kind of see if the 360s can hold here. Maybe start to build just something small, couple micros. We'll see how these 360s react as we retest them here.
Good. Bitcoin also did make a nice little run. Topped out around 89,520, getting a little bit of a pullback, about $600 off the highs that we recently just made. Silver rolling over just a little bit after taking out that 5-minute high. We peaked at around 65.88. Last trade 65.39. Crude, nothing cooking in crude, just flat 56.28 a barrel. But there is still a 75% long tilt in crude. So even though we are hanging here, longs are still holding strong. Let's see, gold dividend just a little bit, 43.69 per ounce. Tilts are pretty much flat across the board for equities, 50-50 in the ES, dead on, 55% short in the Nasdaq. Not seeing a whole lot of size here on the dome above the market.
couple of
Or below.
reference levels for the Nasdaq and the S&Ps. Initial balance high in the Nasdaq 25,337.75. We hold above that. I can certainly see some continuation to the long side. Similar in the S&Ps, the initial balance high 68.55 quarter. And again, if we can hold above that, I can see some more continuation to the upside. That's kind of my line in the sand as for longs versus shorts. We've got about 10 minutes, and if we can open the next 30-minute bar above the initial balance high, the market is continuing to accept pricing at higher levels, which we looked at the reference, which is considerably lower in the S&P and in the Nasdaq. Well, the base of the late spike, opening above that indicates that there's probable acceptance of higher pricing, and that's exactly what we're seeing so far. So watch those IB highs if you're trading the S&P and the Nasdaq. Again, the IB high in the S&P 68.55 quarter, IB high in the Nasdaq 25,337 in the orders. See if we can close this 30-minute bar above there.
What we got yesterday's Globex highs in the ES, just a little bit above 68.80. Is that correct, Hogue?
68.80s.
Pivot from yesterday, like pre-market.
Yeah. 68.82, I believe, was those that was kind of a triple top. 80, 82 and a half, 82, 82. Kind of a triple top up there.
Okay. John Ross in chat says the highs are not in. You heard it here first. John Ross says the highs are not in.
On what time frame? Like today?
Don't disagree.
What market? Silver? Definitely not.
We're already past our ATR on the daily for the NASDAQ, but we've been coming off the highs pretty good. Let's see.
What's NASDAQ's ATR over the last 14 days, Hogue?
Daily ATR 437.
Okay.
And we're at 506 points, including the overnight right now.
Sounds like Braden's cooking something.
I'm convinced. 371. I'm in too long. Micros. Looking for session highs here. Yeah, NQ showing a lot of strength, up 2%. This pullback's nice and slow, kind of seeing some price acceptance around here. So we'll look for maybe a high day break off of this trade.
Okay.
Might buy one more in the 50s if we get there, but I don't want to go over 3 or 4 micros.
And is that difference because there's a lack of momentum and we've kind of seen the majority move, in your opinion? Kind of controlling maybe what you've already taken?
That was, you've got to understand that was just an incredible move. So kind of on a cool down now. You don't want to, we could, I just want to see another leg here, but I want to keep it light, preserve some of the profit that we made. And that was obviously a really awesome move. I added another one there. It was obviously a really awesome move. So those don't happen often. Now we're kind of on a cool down. Momentum is slowing a little bit. That has a lot to do with it. And but no, we're seeing some nice basing here. So I'm building a position. I'm in 3 at 369.
All right.
Let's see if any sellers are still alive. Even Apple's flipped green now.
Really?
Yes.
Shout out to Rogue Citizen News in chat, locked out, up 1740. Love to hear it. Nice green day. Hogue, Andrew in chat is asking, are you sure IB high is correct for ES? Can you flip to your charts and confirm that price one more time for Andrew?
68.55. I think I have it on one chart at a quarter, but the real one is 68.55. So it's off by a tick, but everything's a zone.
Thank you, Og.
Hmm.
Jack, how's the ES handling that 6,800 level in the spot?
I mean, we're 10 points above it right now. So it got basically to the end of where that resistance was. We're still hanging out kind of above it. The next levels I see are 75 in the futures. Let me see, 75 and 85 if we break the highs again.
Shout out to Will C in chat, locked up 2540. First day of a fresh XFA. Love a nice fresh green day. New account. Walking it away. That's a good Thursday.
I mean, it's
Rick
really
Karat in
early
chat.
right now. But right now, I would
Go
say
ahead, Jack.
68.55 in the futures is like my current guess for tomorrow, where we might pin at the end of the day. We're just so near that big fat round number with the options expirations.
All right, I'll have to remind Dre that you called the above and below already. 1 day
Yeah.
early.
And out
The
there
ES.
for
68.55.
30
You
hours
heard
from
it
now.
here. Yeah. That's probably the earliest or most premature above and below I've ever received on Topstep TV. Can't see me.
Well, it's like you gotta love the banks. I don't know why they released those price targets for the S&P, but all of them, they had them at the beginning of the year, and actually their beginning of the year ones in retrospect were quite good. Then they amended them during the tariff stuff, way down, and then they kind of overshot. It appears, at least for now, on the other side. So I want that job. Just say numbers.
No accountability for what the results are.
No, for being
Just
wrong.
rattle
No.
off whatever comes to mind.
Get some press by just adding 100 points to whatever the highest bank bid is. You know, add it to whatever Tom Lee says. I'm going to steal his game. If he says 9,000, I'll say 10,000. I'm just going to be 10% more bullish than Tom Lee on everything he covers. You heard it here first.
Seeing some great jabs in the chat. Shout out to all the traders sharing their experience for the day. We'll see Gurkarat. Got a couple others as well. Stuff, y'all. Freds. It's down 1,500. Now up 240 on the XFA, locking it up. Nice recovery. Good stuff, y'all.
Yeah, I like that we're still hanging up here, Braden. The fact that we're not just completely selling off is a good sign so far.
And Hogue, is that what you mean by accepting or price acceptance when we continue to kind of consolidate and you fail to see any sort of meaningful breakdown? Is that kind of what you're referring to? You say that?
Yeah. Because of my use of market profile over the past 30 years, acceptance is marked through time. When price spends time above or below specific areas or reference levels, that's marking acceptance. So a special situation that Dalton talks about is the late spike. Well, in the equities, we had a late spike to the downside at the end of the day yesterday where price extended the range to the downside and then closed the session, settled below the previous low. So it looks like just like a big spike to the downside, and then the market closes there in regular trading hours. So when you look at that, you say, okay, this reference level, that's that late spike base, 67.83 quarter. Had we opened below it, would be a higher probability of acceptance of lower pricing because the market is still continuing to push, and we open the next session below that. But we opened this session well above it, marking rejection of lower pricing and potential acceptance of higher pricing. some people probably get lost in that and they say, well, it opened above the late spike. I just have to close my eyes and buy. Well, it's not necessarily true. What's going to happen, or what you look to happen, is by the end of the session, because we opened above the base of a late spike to the downside and we're accepting higher pricing, we would look for value to finish the day higher or overlapping to higher. So we've got yesterday's value area high right here on this platform at 68.20. If we were to look at the current value area for today, the value area low is 68.35. So what we're looking at is the good probability that value is going to be outright higher than the value from the previous session. Value equals acceptance of price over time. Make sense?
Great explanation, Hogue. Yes, sir.
Yeah, solid.
Appreciate that.
So somebody asked that I want to go back to really quick. Iceman asked, can you explain the significance of options expiration? So there's a couple different types of options. Now we have 0 dates, we have weeklies, we have monthlies, and then we have quarterlies, which are, you can buy quarterlies way out further in time. So what happens tomorrow is a quarterly options expiration, which means there's a huge amount of, I guess you could call it, open interest that is expiring tomorrow. And we look especially at like things like the SPX, which is the spot market where you'd see a lot of the options for the S&P 500. Basically, as we approach expiration, it can create a lot of volatility because the hedging around those options become a lot more, shall we say, frantic, right? They're about to expire. So tons of them will be closed tomorrow, and people that are maintaining a delta neutral book are going to be shooting orders all over the place. There might be areas they're trying to pin it so that you pay out the least, right? So that's why the 6,800 is something like a round number there is interesting to me going into tomorrow. All I can say with certainty is that we can expect the afternoon tomorrow, especially power hour, to be very rowdy, is what I would call it.
So knowing that it's going to be quite rowdy, are you still confident in your above and below?
30 hours ahead.
The 67.55?
It's the best. Yeah, 68.55 in the futures.
68.55.
This hits, I want a recording of it. I want to delete it if it doesn't, but
Yeah,
right
30
now,
hours ahead.
That's
with
the
news
best
and
guess.
data. With news and data tomorrow. Let's go.
Good stuff. Well, guys, let's take a quick trip around the markets, and we're going to take a brief little announcement break. We got the king of volatility, James Harden, coming in here momentarily, but we got the equities still kind of holding. We got Braden Long from 368 currently, 3 micros, but NASDAQ trading 358s right now. ES trading 68.63. We got gold kind of making an attempt at the recent 5-minute highs, 43.73 per ounce trading out. Bitcoin about $1,000 lower from where it topped out just about 25 minutes ago, 80,500 trading out. We got crude oil is probably the lowest activity participant right now, 56.23, kind of near the 5-minute lows. And then silver, 65.70 per ounce. But tilt, the only thing in tilt right now that's looking obscure would still be that crude long tilt, 74% long. Outside of that, equity is a little bit over 50% to the short side. But let's go ahead and take a brief little break. We got James Harden. What are our announcements for today, my friend? We got.
Hello, everybody. I'm here today to talk to you about a little known social media platform called X. Have you heard about this one? You can get it on your phone, you can get it on your computer, you can get it basically wherever you have internet connectivity and a device. And even better, we're on it. That's right, you can follow Topstep, TopstepTV, and more all on X. And we're going to drop the link in chat for you right now. If you're not already following us, go ahead, click on the link, and give us a follow. What do you get by following the Topstep TV account on X? Well, you get live reactions, hot takes, and Topstep TV highlights that help you stay in control and confident no matter what the market throws your way. We also announce all giveaways, updates, and notifications on there. You can follow the core Topstep account. You can follow our support page at Ask Topstep, and you can follow Michael as well. There's a bunch of accounts, all Topstep related, for you to follow and stay connected to all things Topstep 24/7. In the words of Blizzard Activision, you all have phones, don't you? So go ahead and pull it out, click on the link, and follow Topstep TV today. Then later on today at noon Central Time, group coaching is coming up. That's right, group coaching, the time of the show where Hogue sits down with some of our other Topstep TV personalities and coaches. And today, Hogue will be joined by Vince and Hoop. So we have 3 old floor traders all sitting here for you and get your information and questions answered. Now, if you're wondering how do you get your question answered by these 3 floor legends, well, the way you can do it is by submitting a question through the link in the chat we're going to post now. We're going to post it. We're going to link it. Please fill it out with your group coaching questions and then tune back in today at 12 p.m. Central Time for group coaching. You never know what you might learn during group coaching, as they cover a wide variety of topics from trading to emotional control to what it was like back on the trading floor in the day. So group coaching, that happens today at 12 p.m. Central Time because we do not have shoulder tap. That's all I got for you guys for now. I'm going to throw it back to our guys on Fast Markets. Catch you all a little bit later. Gabe, how we doing?
Thank you, James. Well, we are right back above just ever so slightly Braden's entry. 368s, long 3 micros.
Yeah. So the fact that we've opened this next 30-minute bar above the initial balance is potentially marking continued acceptance of higher pricing. So we've got single prints. Now we've got some price bar overlay. Those single prints are considered excess below price. Price was still too cheap. Buyers continued to push higher, and they continue to hold price higher. Acceptance of higher pricing. We may see the market, in the next few minutes, push to new highs. This is the S&Ps. Same thing in the Nasdaq. We've got the next 30-minute bar opening above the initial balance, leaving single prints, and buyers are still in control. And again, it wouldn't surprise me to see new session highs coming, forthcoming. Perhaps. There's no guarantees of anything, of course. We already know that the Nasdaq range is bigger than is typical for the last 14 days, but we're still seeing buyer control because we haven't taken out those single prints. We take out those single prints and start showing time below the initial balance high, then something has changed and you have to reassess. But for now, we're still showing price being accepted at higher prices with those single prints and that 30-minute bar opening above the initial balance high.
Thank you, Hogue. By the way, we do have 610 contracts being offered in the NQ at 25,410. 600 contracts and growing being offered at 25,410 in the Nasdaq.
Well, there's some liquidity. Let's go get it.
Let's go get it.
We're going.
We're looking
still
like
in long,
it.
Braden?
Yep, still long.
Nice.
Garang skim. Single prints. Some people call them fair value gaps, but on the 30-minute chart, it is a bar that has no price bar overlap in the middle of it. So you got price bar overlap at the bottom. You've got price bar overlap up here, but no price bar overlap above that initial balance high. That is, they call them single prints.
And what you mean by price bar overlap, Hogue, is that there's a gap between where there's 2 wicks from the predecessor and the following candle.
Correct. Yes.
Stuff. All right, let's see if we can push above, make some new highs. S&P's trading near 68.70. Nasdaq trading 394s right now, about 20 points and some change up from Braden's 368 entry. Gold also trading a new 5-minute high here, 43.77, a little closer to 43.78 per ounce right now in gold. Crude attempting to pop out of its 5-minute range, but nothing strong quite yet. 56.33 per barrel last trade. Bitcoin cooling off a little bit, 88,600s.
New session highs in gold.
Ooh.
Indeed.
How's silver looking too?
Kind of nearing the recent 5-minute high, 65.79 per ounce in silver. Looking at the micro silver contract right now. Not as much continuation as gold. Gold has made a new high relative to the last 5-minute high. Silver has not quite yet done so.
Yeah.
Those 610 contracts still being offered in the Nasdaq at 25,410, not being pulled. That's a good sign. We can go snag those. Braden, you got any exit plans for this trade? Are you essentially just looking for a new high of session?
Yep, new hive session, and then it's just kind of exiting as we keep pushing highs. Yeah, pretty much. And if we really start breaking out and running back into maybe like yesterday's highs, but that would be a momentum type idea. I would need to see it quickly. If it's like a slow mover up, I'm just going to kind of cut them every 10 points, try to lock in profit. That's the goal.
Nice work. Tesla's up almost 5%.
Got long there, 3 micros at 368, and you know, after a 250 point rally, price starts to kind of consolidate in a tight 50-point range. Kind of as Ho was talking about, like price acceptance, right? Just the longer we hold this range after what was a strong up momentum move by buyers, it just kind of gives you, and like you said, nothing for sure, but it gives you conviction and confidence. And the longer that price does kind of hold range, I was going to follow up after Ho gave that example. The longer a price holds in a range after obviously very controlled move to the upside, a statement move by buyers, is that have to do with like the longer time we're in this range, is that because we have more validation that is fair price because there's literally more orders going through, more transactions? Is that kind of how that works a little bit? Like we know this is fair value because the longer we're in this range and holding, the more volume that's going through this range is kind of proving, right? It's like a larger sample size. The larger sample size gives you more confidence.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we are building some volume. The volume point of control has moved up to this upper distribution in the S&Ps, not yet in the Nasdaq, but that's also, as migration of the point of control moves higher, it is more confirmation that buyers are in control.
Yeah.
New highs in gold, by the way, guys. We're cooking. We're $12 an ounce up in the last 5 minutes. 43.92 just traded out.
1.5% off the all-time highs in the SPX.
Silver also just popped a new high as well. New session highs in the equities. We are ripping, guys. 580 contracts still being offered in the Nasdaq at 25,410. Let's go get him.
Wow.
10 more points.
Son of a bitch. 43.96 is weekly kickoff high in gold.
What's the all-time high right now in the current contract gold for Gold Hogue?
Current.
I'd be careful with that, just because it's going to go back to those highs in the spot. There's going to be such a difference. It's going to be 5 months out or something like that.
Well, the December contract all-time high was 44.3690. The Feb contract all-time high, which is what we're trading now, it was 44.33. So there's about a $4 difference there.
Okay. Oh, we are really cooking, guys. 43.98's just traded out in gold.
Boom.
And continuing to rally here.
It's an interesting
44,100.
move for the CPI being cool, I will say.
Right?
Why do you say that, Jack?
Well, because one would think that lower inflation prints, if they are to believed, would generally not be reason to bid up gold. I just looked at the spot market. We are roughly 0.5% off the all-time high in gold spot.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question,
just
Jack.
broke those 4400s, by the way, guys. Go ahead, Dakota.
Yeah,
Would it
what's
be
up?
less about inflation and more about an increased odds of reducing rates, and rate reduction is bullish gold, no?
Cheaper money.
Yeah, I mean, those are the two. You know, stocks and bonds are doing their things. Cool inflation prints, stocks up, bond yields down a little bit. With gold, you're right. I guess it depends on how long you're holding it. You're right. Rate cuts, if they come in more than expected, which you're kind of pointing at with the Fed, would be bullish gold. But like ultimately, it comes down to like, do you believe this inflation number going forward? Do we believe inflation's coming down? And I think you know, most gold holders, if inflation's going to come down and get back to 2%, that would not probably be great for gold in the, shall we say, medium term.
Mm.
A little rejection here.
Yeah,
Makes
by the
sense.
way, that seller in NASDAQ at those 410s did fully get filled. All 557 contracts did trade out at 410. We are seeing a little bit of a pullback after that fill.
Who told them they could sell?
Who gave you permission?
Mm-hmm.
We see gold continue to stay above 4,400 leading into the back half of this day. We'll find out. You're about to make some new highs again. Looking like it, at least. Braden, I noticed you didn't cover anything at that high of day. Any reason for that?
I mean, it just happened so quick. That's really why.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had. I mean, it was looking like nice, strong buying into 405s, and then we kind of popped it. I'm just gonna keep holding it. We haven't really broken any meaningful structure of the down, so I'm gonna hold it. I'll accept the loss if it happens, but yeah, I thought we could get a little cleaner follow through. It's kind of just a bit of a flash. That 417 was a bit of a flash.
Okay. It's like Dakota is now El Gato.
Oh,
El Gato.
Did your camera die?
El Gato.
my camera died.
When are we
It's
going to
plugged
get
in
you off this
too, so-
battery operated camera?
Yeah.
No, it's plugged in. It's plugged in. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I've got mine plugged in as well.
We'll see when Dakota's
new
back
highs in
here.
gold, by the
Lose me
way.
voice.
44.
Yeah, you still got my voice.
Got the euro close in about 13 minutes. Thank you, Hoop.
Is that all-time highs on gold? Almost.
I think we're about 30.
We got within 0.5% of the. If we're looking at all time highs that are back in time. Oh, hey, you've been joined.
There's. My camera will be up and running in a moment. All right. Till then, there's something.
So many questions.
We've missed you, Powell. Where have your voicemails been? And he's gone.
They kicked me out.
We gave him the boot. He had no answers for
Which-
us. He was not willing to talk. So we said, get out of here.
So you know what's going to be an interesting dynamic when they do name their Fed chair, be it Kevin 1 or Kevin 2, is that the chairman, besides giving us speeches, doesn't really have that much more as far as the votes go. So we're going to see this probably weird dynamic where the chairman is up there possibly being one of the people that dissented on the vote of what they're actually doing. Right? Because presumably if they bring in either Kevin, they'll be on like the mire in the school of rate cuts, but it's still done by vote of the members. And I don't believe there will be enough to cancel out. So that'll be cool if you're into that sort of thing.
New highs in gold, by the way, guys. 44.06.
Just ripping. So this is this is something that I would call expected behavior. We talked during the opening call about gold and about how open interest has been piling in. I mean, we're talking, I think, over the past 5 or 6, 7 sessions, and we're looking at close to 100,000 contracts, new contracts being created in gold in a range. So for the last couple of sessions during opening call, I've been saying when there is a break or a market state change in gold, it is going to be significant. I don't know if we'd call this significant yet, but it did walk through an important inflection level in the form of the weekly kickoff high, which leads me to believe the short time frame control that we have been in this for the past 7, 8 sessions has now been handed over to longer time frame traders. When it walks through important levels that short time frame traders are looking at, it's usually going to be longer time frame traders. So if that is the case, if we see a big jump in open interest after a big rally today, that might be the longer time frame traders readjusting inventories and coming back into the buy side in gold. Of course, I'll be watching, and if we start to see that divergence in delta with increasing open interest and volume as price continues to move higher, this could be the beginning of a new leg to the upside. I mean, this is some pretty significant energy on this push to the upside, and it's something we've been warning about for the past couple of sessions, past couple of opening calls.
Got that right, Hogue. There's a little bit of speculation in chat about the anticipation of the incoming yen carry trade debacle. I don't have a whole lot of experience or comments on that, but if anybody here does have a little bit more knowledge about that yen carry trade, we are anticipating a Bank of Japan rate statement and policy and potential press conference this evening into the early morning for us here in the States. Currently listed as tentative on the economic calendar.
I'm not really sure. We're going to find out the markets tonight, though.
We've been beating that horse for quite some time. Whether it's dead or not remains to be seen, but I don't know. I think something truly shocking would have to happen with it. It's not like if they make this one decision that they're expected to, similar to like, of course there'd be chaos caused if the Fed came out and did something that had, a 0.1% probability or something. So if they do whatever's priced into the market, I don't see it being a big deal.
Silver's not following gold at all.
It is not doing a great job, that's for sure.
1.3%. I wonder if it's just silver out of steam.
I think the stress on those sorts of trades, and it reminds me of the basis trade and treasuries, has to come from like an exogenous event. something surprising, because otherwise, the people in those trades are professionals. They're not gonna expose themselves to like heads we print money, tails we like blow out our entire fund or something.
We had an experience with that last year anyway, so
That was a fun day. The day the world
that
stood,
was
or like the 4 hours.
yeah, it was a fun overnight slow market session for sure.
Well, tune in
I
tonight. You covered.
Yeah, I covered. I just don't really like the hesitation to break higher, so I covered. I might buy back at a lower price. Covered around the 80s.
Okay. Hey, still a green trade.
Good trade.
Not knocking 20 points.
Took twice as long as the 100 points you made, but still a good trade.
It's funny how that works. We don't get paid by
Yep.
time.
Well, guys, gold is coming off the highs here. We did make a high. Let me see what our exact high tick was in gold. It's like it was 44.09 half. Off just a little bit. A little under $9 an ounce. Equities kind of failing to make new highs or close actually above previous highs. Pulling off just a little bit. 68.64 half last trade in the ES. Nasdaq trading out 378s currently. Crude in the middle of its range, 56.27 a barrel. Bitcoin continuing to push lower. Slow, gradual grind down, 88,175. Silver coming off the recent 5-minute highs, 65.83 last trade in silver. Tilt's about 50-50 split in the equities, ES and NASDAQ. Little on the short side, 51 and 53%. Crude still hanging strong, though, above 70% long tilt. Gold has a 60% short tilt now. It's like people are leaning into this this rally here with some shorts.
Yeah, we're a quarter
That should
percent
feed the
from
rally.
spot gold high all time.
That's it, huh? So
Yeah.
close.
Red Torrent in chat says, all this yapping watching gold dump. I don't know about you, but I don't think gold's really dumping right now. About $4 off the highs.
Is that one of the people whose charts was upside down?
Maybe.
All-time,
Yeah, maybe they
right?
have it inverted.
Yeah. What is this? A dump for ants?
And I tried
These are
that
prices
once,
we haven't
inverting my
seen in
charts and then
20
trying
minutes.
to trade.
How'd it go, Dakota?
Went pretty damn
About to
good.
hit all time. About to hit the highs of gold.
Buyers stepping back in here in gold. See if we can push to new highs, break through that 44.10 level. Not seeing any real
Nasdaq
size
not
on the
wanting to go
dome.
down.
Oh, it is not. Braden, I saw you were tempted to maybe throw in a bid there down near the lows, that pivot we just made. What made you hesitate?
I wanted to kind of get a fill in at like 68 as we were coming down. I mean, I'm just being very, very greedy, and rightfully so. Like, we're in a very tight range. We're not seeing momentum follow through. Nothing that you really want to see as a trader. So, I still would like to put on, a couple small micros for like 10, 20 point scalps if I think we're off of a pivot. So, like off of 370s, I would have liked to try to get in, maybe pop out at 390s. Yeah, I'll put in some bids at like 360. It just really depends how the price action is looking. If I think I can get a quick 10, 20 points, I'll hit it. But yeah, I'm going to start looking to maybe take some more range trades because we're not really seeing the follow through.
Yeah, real tight range in the ES since almost an hour now.
I got in too long, 367. Let's see if I can play back into the 80s here. Stop it out if we break through the 50s.
All right, so you're long 2 from 67 half.
Yes, correct.
2 minutes until the London close. We're testing the lower end of this hour-long range in the ES we've been discussing. Back
I'm out.
to
Yo, following your plan. Out in the
Yeah,
50s.
this looks less like a range trade and now a break at 50s. We're seeing momentum through into the 50s, so I'm just gonna hop out of it.
All right, pushing down underneath these 5-minute lows here. Just broke through in the ES, 68.61 last trade. Nasdaq pushing down through the 25,350 level, previous little 5-minute low. Crude trying to make a pop above the recent 5-minute highs, but failing to close so far. Got about a minute left until the next candle closes here in a 5-minute time frame, 56.36 per barrel. Gold also trying to make its mind up on where we're going here, but back at around 44.01 currently.
We give up the IB highs here. That's change. Potential change.
No,
Can be supported.
what was the IB high number again in the ES and the NASDAQ?
NASDAQ IB high 25,337.75. And S&P 68.55 and a quarter. Pretty good bounce
rested
off that.
briefly. Yeah, a little bounce.
Braden, what would you need to see to potentially look at longs, knowing that we are kind of popping above the low of the range again? How much more buying would you need to see, or what price would you be considering for maybe a re-entry for a micro or two?
Once we've already kind of put in structure like this and we're at the later end of the range, I like to see. I would like to see us go and like try to test an equal high. Like 400s right here is kind of a key level. It's right under session highs. If we see buying back up to that, like I'm not going to try to preempt it at this point.
Okay.
Although I do feel like we'll get it. But if we get a test of equal highs and then maybe a small pullback, try to buy it off 380s or something like that. Other than that, just kind of watching price action as we're pivoting off of levels. Like that's a solid bounce at 40s. Buyers are obviously stepping in there. If we can kind of sustain that, 40 to 60 rally, then maybe you can look for a buy higher. But that's pretty much it. Just watching the price action, watching how these candles are trading.
Okay. Well, Hogue, it is the bottom of the hour, my friend, and I know you need to go prep for that good old morning recap. Any final comments for our viewers before you get out of here for a half hour?
Yeah. You can get ready for the morning recap. Gotta get off screen here by 10:30, otherwise I turn into a snowman. But Braden Dakota, great job today, Jack. Gabe, had a lot of fun being on with you today. We'll see you in a
Likewise.
few
Thanks,
minutes
Hogue.
for the morning recap.
Thank you, Hogue.
So, righty, guys. Well, not seeing a whole lot here across the wire. Nothing real size showing here in the dome on the NASDAQ, at least. Most I'm seeing above the market is about 50 contracts. Below the market, maybe 30. See if we can get some new buying coming in and break some highs of session.
Yeah, buying stepped in right there at those 350s, 340s. Still no trades for me, and we haven't really done much. We've just kind of went back and forth since we had that nice rally. Lasted 15, 20 minutes. Everything besides that has been inside consolidation.
Sure has been. Tesla up 4.6% right now, kind of around within a few bucks of the all-time high that was set yesterday on the open. Everything green across there. Highlights, Meta's up 2.72, Amazon up 3.3%. Ten years still 411.
All right, gold making a break underneath 4,400. 43.98 is currently trading. Crude making an attempt to push highs of day here. 56.41 last trading crude.
Nasdaq still trying to get that strength. Maybe we make a run through session highs.
Why is Tesla up so much today?
This is a volatile
Robot.
stock. It was down, right now it's kind of where it was, where it opened yesterday. So just sort of a round trip.
Any of y'all have a Tesla?
No.
Just curious.
No.
No.
You?
Do you?
We had the Model 3 for like a year before we traded it in.
What
Was
did you
your
trade it in?
experience?
It's unique. It's just not very practical. And everybody tells you like, oh, okay, the charging's going to be a pain, and it is. But apart from that, they're cool. They're cool, but yeah, we still like the gas powered cars. We
I've
traded it
considered
in
a
for
hybrid. Jeep.
the hybrid. Yeah,
I got the hybrid Sienna. Love it. My parents, when they're in Florida and they have a Tesla down there, it kind of makes sense. If you leave it for a long time, you're kind of golden.
Right.
I could never get used to driving it. I'm sure I would if I had one of like you take your foot off the gas, it just like stops right away pretty much.
Mm.
never seen a Tesla pull a boat. The Model Ys can
Pull the gas.
pull.
I meant electricity. Step on the electricity.
I think my problem mainly is the amount of time it takes to typically recharge, and then just having to factor charging into my trips if I do take road trips.
Ooh, road trip. Yeah,
definitely a
it's almost
handoff.
not even a question. Yeah, road trips are almost impossible. We haven't even attempted it. Just to go to Houston, because we're in San Antonio, just to go to Houston, what's usually like a 3-hour trip turns into a 5-hour trip. It is
Right.
brutal.
Mm.
There's a lot of other things. Since it's all electric, there's more to it than just okay, this is your range, 400 miles. There's other things that use the battery, the miles, right? Like your AC is using electric, so like that depletes your range, like while you're driving. Heated seats, stuff like that.
Just makes it
Which I didn't
unpredictable.
know.
Like you
That
really
makes
don't
sense.
have any full
Yeah.
clarity, right? If you've got all those things cooking
Oh,
and
yeah.
using the battery, like you really don't have a good understanding
Mhm.
of what your range could be. And if you're in the wrong location, right? If you're out in
Yeah.
the boonies or out where you're not going to have a longer distance between charging stations, I think that could end pretty poorly. So you'd
What are
have
the
to have
boonies?
AAA.
What's
The
the
boonies
boonies?
out in the sticks.
Well, what's
Ever
out in the
heard,
sticks?
you heard either of those?
BF, Illinois.
Yeah, exactly.
The wilderness.
The wilderness.
I don't know. We're pushing. Here we go.
Pushing the highs.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nasdaq.
Do it. Crude just broke up over highs of day as well. 56.51 a barrel in crude. Finally got that strength above the range. Gold
That
might
gold
be
sell off, man.
Santa's
might not
coming,
be done.
boys.
All right, I got in long 4 MNQ. 398, looking for the breakout above 400s.
You're a savage, Braden.
What's your invalidation?
Something
there,
also
Braden?
with
Go ahead though.
a deep pullback into this range, to be honest, which wouldn't totally be invalid, but for me, just kind of looking for it here and now. If we get back into the 370s, I'll probably cut it. What I was going to say is the also, like, if you get a flat with a Tesla, I don't think you can manually do it. I think you have to like call the roadside, the Tesla assistance. Which, yeah, I think I've heard that. We never had that
That
issue,
sounds
but
problematic.
right.
You got their own dork squad.
Their own dork squad. Is that what you call
Isn't
them?
that what they called it? That's what
I
Best
don't
Buy
know.
had.
The Geek Squad?
There's Geek Squad.
Geek
Yeah.
Squad.
The,
As
Geek
soon as I
Squad,
said it.
the Dork Squad. I mean, same thing, right, Jack? Dork
Close,
Squad, Geek
close.
Squad, same thing.
I was thinking they probably wouldn't use dork for a corporate thing, but I'm gonna start my own dork squad.
I think one of the bigger dilemmas that I find myself with when talking EVs, Brad gave me some crap in chat. He's like, can't believe a raw milk drinker is talking down EVs, but dude, it's a freaking microwave. Like you're sitting in literally just a bunch of high frequency
Here we go.
environments. Don't get me down that rabbit trail though.
Trying to hold above 400 here, Nasdaq. Gold might be pushing through to new session highs again. Was it you saying that it was going to sell off, Gabe?
No, that was somebody in chat saying gold's cooking to the downside. Who was it? Was it probably find him.
Oh.
You don't need the kink
Red
shame
Torrent.
the shorts.
Yeah, Red Torrent Media said gold back to 350s. Just watch.
Well, there's no time frame.
I mean, he was not specific on time frame.
About one more there, 390s. Yeah, I'm in 397.
Okay.
If we could
I had a
break out of
buddy
this
that
range.
had a buddy that had a Tesla that kept consistently getting sick. Like his immune system, for some reason, just went downhill after getting a Tesla, and that caused some concern or suspicion. And then he got rid of it because he was noticing the changes in his health, and he's been back on the up and up since. So that was something that definitely kind of caught my eye.
Just too expensive.
That's just one. That's just one case. One person's experience. So that's not like a bunch of different data across a larger sample size, but it was intriguing nonetheless.
Hold on, I'm shorting 10,000 Tesla shares.
There we go. Tusha, it's an opinion. We all have them. Not factual.
Everything's based on vibes. 68.75, where that 230 lot is in the ES, is the next resistance I see in the 0 dates. If we keep cooking.
Let's see if we get through this.
Chat's wild.
Chat's always wild, man.
Chat's wild, man. It could have been the payment. Spiked his cortisol levels. It's never recovered. Financial pressure of owning a Tesla. Maybe. Good hypothesis.
You can't be leading at 20%. Let me check in on Polymarket for the Fed here. Ooh.
What are you seeing, Jack?
We're having a Hassett sans. Kevin Hassett's still at. Warsh had overtaken Hassett in the odds markets, but now Hassett's at 53%. Warsh, do your Warshing at 28%, and then we got Waller at 12%. That has raised a bit. That is full disclosure, my preferred candidate for the job. But Christopher Waller.
Whoever it is, they're gonna need to be reducing interest rates. Is that what Trump said? What did he say? He had a statement the other day. I don't know.
That sounds consistent.
Long from 397, Braden?
Yeah.
Back above
Still
entry.
kind of holding this. Let's wait to see if we can get a pop here.
Crypto
It's
guys
about
just down about
50-50.
46 milli right now, 46 and a half sticks.
That's better than 70.
It's a lot better than 70.
That well.
Yeah.
I see he was buying like
Wonder-
SOL.
Yeah, Solana. I think there was Jack? It was Ethereum, Bitcoin, and Solana. That was the combo.
Yeah, the bulk of this position is long Ethereum. And that's like, so I said they're down like 46 mil right now. 40,361,000 of it is from, they added. Look at this.
Yeah.
What?
That's what I was referring to.
I missed that. 6 hours. This guy is a friggin' dog, man. Long 203,340 Ethereum. 203,000. Only long 1,000 Bitcoin and 302,000 Solana, but the vast
Only.
majority of this position is long $600 million currently in Ethereum.
DCA, baby.
Averaging into a loser.
I'm not leaving.
Braden, I saw you added a couple.
Yeah, I added 2 there as we were kind of just consolidating right under 400s. It starts to look more like a breakout the longer we kind of hold the high 390s. I'm at 7 now.
Same price though.
We tap
You
on
got 397.
Yeah,
still.
same price. Yeah, still 397.
I mean, that individual is in for a world of hurt if that Ethereum position goes against them because, we talk about futures here. You're not going to move the market around, but I have to imagine if you're trying to puke 203,000 Ethereum, it's probably not going to be good.
Yeah.
Those are perp futures, right, Jack?
Yeah.
Correct. I was talking to Coach Jay about this. The liquidation price is at what, 120s, and if it gets liquidated, it goes in at market, right? And so we see these stop runs when we're trading the Nasdaq or something. Like that's what happened.
For the record, he was down 70 million yesterday. Ain't no way I would think this. Maybe we're completely wrong about this individual, and they are just, I don't know, like a degenerate Saudi prince or something, where this doesn't really matter. But I don't think they're going to take it to the actual liquidation. At the moment, that would be down like 185 million. I mean, they have like the cash in accounts like $184 million.
Man, that
That's
leverage.
quite the exposure. Must have some strong conviction.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Braden is long 8 now from 397. Price hold this range here in the 500 tick chart pretty well.
I'm in 10 now. I added again on that pop.
Okay. Definitely cooling off here. The ES is rolling just a little bit here off the 68.70s, 68.64 half last trade in the ES. Nasdaq holding up just a little bit better. Crude making a little move off the top there. 56.50 was the peak. Now back down around 56.30 a barrel. Silver's not doing a whole lot. Gold is also not doing a whole lot. Back near the $4,400 level though in gold. Bitcoin hanging around just the 88,300s near the lows of the session. People are
VIX is hovering
still
around
piling into crude, by the way. Go ahead, Jack.
I said the VIX has been coming in, obviously, down to 1610 right now.
Nasdaq just struggling to get over this 400 level.
I'm just shocked right now. There's an 80% long crude tilt with an average price of 56.21. Price is just back around break even, just 5 cents shy the average long price. But even after this pullback, people are still getting heavy long.
So the shorts won't have worked yet, but I see in the ES at least we did find that resistance above in the options. We're still above 6,800. We've certainly slowed down and strangely been good range trading for a good long time now.
I've been stuck up here for about an hour now.
Yeah, we had that one good move that we got in, and it's been flagging. Did someone say this is flagging?
Well, Dakota, you got in on the one. We got a great dip this morning.
I think we could break to the long side here. Go test yesterday's overnight highs. I still like those. Can we see 490s? Can we see another 100-point breakout here? Why not? Nvidia pushing. Nvidia had a conference, or they have that yesterday? Anybody know?
Possibly. It feels like they are every so often. Let me check the news on that.
I know there's like some conference or some news that Nvidia was doing or holding or hosting. Whether it was today or yesterday.
Jack, I missed this comment earlier on the juice, but U.S. Commerce Department said that U.S. personal income data for July, August, and September is to be updated with the initial estimate of Q3 GDP on December 23rd. Sure how much personal income data backfilled for pretty much the summer impact that will have, but
I would think minimal.
Braden's cooking here. We're what, long 10 from 93?
Yeah, I'm kind of the same thing. I took a $180 loss there on the 85s. I had to stop out there kind of as we retested that low, but then immediately it's back up. Starts to look really, really like a breakout trade, but it is frustrating. It's frustrating.
I see exactly what you
So
see.
yeah. I did have a stop there at 85. I had a hard stop because kind of on that we bounced, and then like it was like, okay, if we come back down, we're gonna break it, but we did, and then buyers are right back in. We might get it now. Trying to time it is very, very frustrating.
You kind of have to give it a little bit more breathing room to sustain all this chop right now.
Yeah.
It's the textbook end of fast markets trade.
They always present right there, don't they?
They do. They do. I like the breakouts to the long. It feels like the decision that we were at earlier. We're kind of getting chopped up a little bit before we had that huge breakout.
Is it here? Is this it? Well, gold might be done, guys. 43.95 is traded out here in gold.
It's up 50.
We'll have to
Both
give
have
Red
highs.
Torrent Media his dues if it gets to 350.
Yeah,
know
if
what
we
that
do get back to
entails.
350s, I mean, Red Torrent, we see you. Hear you.
From when though? Is the question. Do we have a timeline or?
I would love to hear the timeline. You scratch
Today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably down. I don't know what my peak P&L was. I think it was like 2.6. I'm probably down $300 or $400 just trying to trade this. So I'm just gonna stop. Just gonna stop.
Okay.
It's driving me a little bit nuts right now.
It's good. What's the
I want the market to
final
work on my time here.
trading time? What's the final print?
2,266, and of course now we're going. Oh boy.
Close your eyes, man.
Don't look.
Don't look at this. Don't look at it. Oof.
Well,
Trying to break through this session.
rangy.
These 410s. 420 for the win.
Shout out to Eddie.
10-year yields found a little bottom there. 412.5 right now.
Well, guys, it has been a great fast markets. Braden, Dakota, thank you guys for joining us again today. Great trading from both of you guys. Glad to see you're able to catch the majority of today's move. See what the rest of the afternoon holds for us here on Topstep TV. We got a great show planned for you for the rest of the day, but stick around. We got Hogue coming up for the morning recap. Dakota, any final comments?
No, I mean, we love volatility, but then when it chops around. And I think at the end of the day, it's just risk management. Demonstrated it pretty good today, Braden. Up on the day, regardless of getting chopped around a little bit, but stay safe out there.
Indeed. We'll see you back tonight for Slow Markets, 7:30. And who do you got joining us tonight for Slow Markets? Anybody?
Yeah. Baron's going to be joining me tonight for Slow Markets.
Sweet. All right. Braden, any final words at all, man?
Not really. Take it easy, everybody. Practice good trading, and hopefully you guys are green and passing your combines, running up your XFAs. That's all I've got.
Sounds good, brother. Appreciate it. Jack, I'm sure we'll see you back later this afternoon.
Sure
but
will.
Yeah, stick around, guys. We do have morning recap with John the Goat Hoagland coming in up next. And then I believe after that, we do have Trade with Topstep. We got Coach Jay. We got more Dakota. Look at that. And we have Yusuf coming in to join us for the 11 a.m. segment. So stay tuned. But we are going to take a brief break. We'll be right back. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Soybeans, meal, oil. You want to buy some soybeans? Soybeans. Who wants soybeans?
What's up, everybody out there? This is Dolby Time from Topstep TV, and what I want to talk about here is the new dashboard. So we have updated all the account management tools. They have simplified everything. So that includes managing resets, managing rebuild dates, and most importantly, managing those payouts. Trust me, it's going to make all of our lives a lot easier. So trade well out there.
it is time for the morning recap. I see some of you folks you want to buy some soybeans apparently. So yeah, we'll get those out to you shortly here. So opening range trades in the house account. We did not get one on today. Markets did not give us good signals, so we did not do anything. But I still like to go and touch on what the context was, what happened. So if you've been watching the opening call, we've been saying with the open interest that's been piling into gold that a move away from this could be substantial. We did see a pretty decent breakout on some pretty good volume. Of course, we'll be watching open interest, but this may be the break that we've been looking for. Obviously, it is pulling back. Markets don't go in one direction, but let's take a look at the opening range trade and why it did not get filled. So initially, the market looked below the low of the opening range, and it did signal a long. But once the market takes out the low of the opening range, we're looking for that direction. So we did not get the signal we were looking for. The market looked below the opening range just barely, and then of course we got the signal to the upside. Probably a good thing we didn't, because that would have been some substantial risk. There was a lot of price movement before this 5-minute bar closed, and it probably would have stopped us out anyway, looking as far below the initial balance as it did and as far below the opening range as it did. So no opening range trade in gold. What about crude oil? We were looking at possibly for longs. It was about 8 o'clock or after 8:10. We were looking at the Nasdaq at the time when the signal hit, and we kind of missed the signal on this one just a little bit. But the way crude oil has been trading, it's been very small ranges. It's almost, is the juice worth the squeeze? Did we get to 1-to-1 reward over risk on this trade? We did. The market's really fallen into balance and centering around the weekly kickoff low of 56.30. Be careful when this happens. It has a tendency to really get some people chopped up. We're looking for longer time frame traders to adjust inventory, and they just have not been coming in to adjust inventory. So probably a good thing to just kind of watch gold watch crude oil if you're a crude oil trader. Keep an eye on it for opportunities, but be very particular with your trade entries. S&Ps, no trades taken in the S&Ps. However, a little bit of context. We talked about this on the opening call. We had the late spike to the downside. Opening above a late spike to the downside marks rejection of lower pricing on the open and a probable overlapping to higher or outright higher value at the end of the day, which is currently what's happening. Looks like we've traded right to their session high from yesterday. This is going to be exactness, and exactness exudes to me weakness. I'm probably looking at this exactness up here as a possible target for a trade, possibly later on today, possibly at another time, another day. All right, now let's take a look at the Nasdaq, which is what Braden and Dakota were trading today. A couple of really good trades. They did a bit of chopping around in this area early in the session. Dakota was the first one to stick his toe in the water here. Got long 2 MNQ 25,202. Took a small profit on those. At this time, this is more than just this trade. He came in up a little bit of dough. But after that trade, he was up $524. And again, there were some trades, some kind of some attempts at some longs from Dakota, shorts from Braden, and nobody was really getting too much traction. Some small wins, some small losses. Was after 9 o'clock when we started to get some traction in these trades. Braden tried a long here just after 9 o'clock. A long 5 MNQ 25,266. He's looking to kind of hold hold the CYA down about 25,200. He got out of those short, which was a good out. He would have gotten stopped on his 2520s. Then Dakota started looking for longs just after 9:20. Got long 5 MNQ 25,195. Got out of 4 of those at 25 at an average price of 25,245, and held on to his runner all the way up to 25,320. So that was a pretty decent runner on that. Braden also started looking for longs on that same 5-minute bar. He got long 10 MNQ 25,252. He got out of 5 of them at 25,327. So really nice trade there. And he scaled out of the last 5, the highest one at 25,390. So more than 100-point move on the last few of those longs that Braden took again here at 25,252. That put Braden's account up about $2,500 on the day. Nice day, very nice day. He still kind of was looking for continuation. Took a couple of longs, a couple of times, 10 lots. 25,383 was one of them. 25 something 25,367 I think was one of the 10 lots, and just wasn't getting any traction, wasn't getting what he was looking for. So he took a couple of small losses on those. I believe Braden just said he finished the day up about $2,200. Market is still attempting to hold above the initial balance high up here, 25,337.75. As long as we hold above that, then I think there could still be possibly some longs, but we did look at the fact that we've already exceeded our average true range for the day. We were about 506 points, and the average true range is 438. So it makes sense that the market has kind of lost a little bit of its upside momentum. But all in all, a good trading day for Dakota, for Braden, and hopefully for you. On that note, let's take a look at today's quotable quote. All right. Albert Einstein reminds us that everybody is a genius. But if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it is stupid. We all have talents. We all have gifts that God gave us that we can learn to maximize. And I believe that is true for each trader. Not everybody looks at markets the same way, uses the same tools, or organizes the market's information the same way. Some people like to look at volume profile, market profile. Some look at range bars. Some look at point and figure charts. Whatever works for you is what you need to find so you can, again, maximize your talents as a trader, even time frames. Some people are very good at recognizing short-term opportunities. Some would call them scalpers. Some people are very good at being a little bit more calculating and looking for some bigger opportunities in the markets. So find your skills, your talents, and maximize them. Don't try and emulate somebody else's. It may just not suit you. On that note, we are looking forward to a very, sort of a special day. We've got Coach Jay and Coach Dakota trade with Topstep, and maybe a special day for Yusuf. We'll see that very shortly. Folks, this is Topstep TV. Let's go.
All right, welcome back to Yusuf's birthday party. Let's get it out of the
Yes.
way early. Yusuf, happy birthday, man. Welcome back to Topstep TV. Thanks for joining us on your birthday. I'm Jay. We got Coach
I
Dakota back and Yusuf in the middle here. Chat, do what you do. Show Yusuf some love for his birthday. Yusuf, how we doing today?
appreciate it, man. Feel you're older today. We're feeling pretty good.
1 year older.
1 year.
1 year older.
With a year more
1
of
year
knowledge.
wiser, I'm sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. Good stuff. We are seeing the equities sell off here right after that fast markets. 25,240 last trade in the Nasdaq, 68.30 last trade here in the S&P. Gold turned around, silver turned around. We got selling across the board. I'm looking, not finding a headline, but we did get some news out of Freddie Mac here. U.S. 30-year fixed mortgage rate averages 6.21% in the week, but that's not doing it. That's not doing it. But just some really nice selling here. Dakota, you were talking about a trend line, but I want to hear from Yusuf right now. Yusuf, how are you seeing the markets right now? Any potential opportunities you're looking at? You were talking about a golden pocket earlier.
Yeah, it kind of popped out of it, but it's almost there. It's trying to make a decision right now. This is a big decision time as to whether it's going to flip back bullish or bearish. However, the sentiment overall in the market is pretty bearish. It seems like it's been waiting for all of this data that came in this week, and it didn't do much with it. Like, I understand we had a little bit of a sell-off, but in reality, we're still almost at the same price that we started the week at.
Pretty much. Pretty much. Very indecisive week. Could end the week as a doji. We opened the week 344s. We're about 100 points lower than that. A lot of back and forth here. A lot of back and forth. Coach Dakota, we just saw you on Fast Markets. If you still got your chart shared, show us that trend line you were talking about on the daily.
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's on the daily. I
You're
just
gonna
got
trade
into
right
a
now.
long one micro here.
Okay.
But basically talking about this week, these highs where we have that nice rally and then we sell off. We've had a nice rally, we've touched it, and we sold off now. So yeah, it's interesting. It's just interesting to see it. I mean, this is a pretty uniform chart, to be honest. We have a sell off, a pullback, sell off, a pullback. The one thing I do want to take note of is these pullbacks or these bounces. They've been getting stronger, right? Each one of these pullbacks, they are getting stronger,
Yeah.
but the sell offs are staying the same. So I'm honestly, I'm mixed. I'm neutral. I am long from 42. I might want to add to this position. We'll see. We might have the same setup we got during fast markets down here at these 180s. But ultimately, I just want to trade this price action. It's interesting. This is quite the sell off, though.
This is some pretty nice price action to trade, right? We've had opportunities on both sides pretty much all day. Seen some real nice selling coming in here. I was telling you guys that I was short from, basically the failed breakout of 400s. Shorted it a couple times, and there was no volume on that move, right? So we see the volume starting to pick up. We get that aggressive sell off. 170 points down in a couple minutes here. So I may be looking to potentially trade this as well. I know I got to drive. Yusuf, do let us know if you get into any trades. We got Coach Dakota long right now, 25,242. In the Nasdaq last trade, 25,230.
Yeah, I
Seeing
did
the
just
Dow.
add it.
All right. Long two now. Seeing some size here in the S&P book below the market, 500 on the bid, 68.23 in the S&P. Last trade, 68.26 evens. This is interesting. Some aggressive selling off here. The target for my short was VWAP, which we're at now. So let's see if there's a response from buyers there. We had Dow on its New York session lows, the Russell on its New York session lows, trading through that news candle. We had CPI today, high that CPI candle in the Nasdaq 25,200s. Yusuf, that golden pocket you were talking about, what price level is that, and how do you trade around that?
So right now it did reject that golden pocket. So I
Okay.
did try to get the most recent swing low to the most recent swing high to get that position. The best position that it did come today was at 845 price of 25,160. That was I wasn't even awake. I had trouble sleeping lately, but I was that was the A plus setup of the day. There was a
Got
golden
you.
pocket. It was I really wish I was awake for that.
Seeing some more size on the bid here in the S&P. That 500 lot did get filled at 623s. There's another 900 that just got filled at 6820s. We are seeing these markets continue to sell off here. Dakota flat. Nice
Yep,
out
I'm going to
on
wait
that.
and see if it sets up below 200.
We're right at the high. We're right at the high of this news candle right here in the Nasdaq. The S&P is kind of trading through it. That CPI candle, S&P is right at 50% of it. The Nasdaq's right at the high of it. Sorry, Chad. I was short
now
earlier.
we would be.
Go ahead.
Right now we would be entering into another golden pocket. If you want to use the low prior to the CPI, that was at 7:30, which was at 7 a.m.
Okay.
And we use
Yeah.
the high of the day at 10:10 Central Time, which is at 2417. It would put us right now. Currently, we would be in what would be considered a golden pocket.
Gotcha. We are
Pretty
seeing
strong golden
selling
pocket,
across
too.
the board here. Bitcoin is getting sold off. Gold selling. Silver starting to sell here. The Nasdaq selling off as well. 25,193 last trade in the Nasdaq. 68.17 in the S&P. 56% short tilt in the S&P. 63% short in the Nasdaq. Tilt in gold and crude oil has been long all day. 81% over there. Chat, let us know. Anybody catching a piece of this move? Give us a little vibe check. Are you up on the day, down on the day? We are seeing markets sell off again. I'm not hearing or seeing any headlines, just some selling coming in here.
I was expecting with Trump's address yesterday for there to be more turmoil, so to speak. I was watching the market while he was talking. Nothing really went haywire, so to speak.
Crude was the market to watch.
Was it?
He said energy prices are coming down. Crude oil sold off $1, and that was really it. Nothing else really moved.
Yeah, I didn't
I'm
even
taking
really
this-
notice that.
Back in long, Dakota.
Yeah, it's just small size. Small size
Yep.
until this market structure allows me to build a bigger position. From 206.
Long
Basically where I was
206.
getting in during fast
earlier
markets.
today. Right.
Mm-hmm.
If that CPI candle keeps holding that way, I mean, that's a nice area to start to assume some risk, right? Since we printed that candle, we haven't traded through 50% of it. That 25,200 area is going to be a tough level to sell through. See what happens here. If we start to accept price back inside that candle, I may like to get short, but we'll see. Yeah, I'm gonna put an offer here. I know I am driving, but I'm gonna put an offer right below the high of that news candle, 25,199.75. So as the market's moving down, if it accepts price lower, then I would get in short there. Let's see. We got Dakota in this long 206 pushing up right now, 25,217s.
Yeah,
See some traders taking advantage of this short. Nice trade. Back at VWAP here, 25,230s. Yusuf, anything you're liking that you're seeing here?
Yeah, I'm putting in a limit buy for right under 200. Hopefully try to get one more tap into that golden pocket.
Okay.
I got a limit buy for 25,197.
25,197.
That's the
for
golden
3
pocket you're
micros.
referring to, these 190s?
Yes, sir. So the golden pocket in this scenario would be between 199 and 184. So any price that you can get within that 15-point range is considered a premium.
Okay. I'm going to take some
Here, still in
profits.
one, Dakota?
What's that? I'm
You're
in 3
multiples?
from 209. Yep, I'm in 3 from
209.
209.
Nice.
Yeah. See if
For the chat, wondering about that golden pocket, that is the 618 level. Fib
Yeah, it's the
618 level,
pocket
right?
between 0.618 to 0.66. If you guys want to see the, where's the settings for it? Right there. Here's the settings for it if you guys want to copy it.
Nice pop there. Back in the view up, 235, 240s. Nice trade, Dakota. Very
Making
nice
some
trade
profit
there.
on this one. There we go. Is this
Very
a
nice
three-bar
trade.
reversal?
Nice spike.
It's frustrating because if I would have gotten in that trade in the beginning, Nasdaq would have done that thing where it comes back and says hi one more time and then goes. So I was trying to get prepared for that one hello, and it didn't even do it.
Trader's dilemma,
hello,
right?
how are you?
Do I take it or do I
Yeah.
wait for confirmation? The trader's dilemma. Nice trade here, Dakota. Talk to us. What do you got a target on this one? High a day? All-time highs?
This is the exact same
Flip
trade
around?
I took earlier during fast markets. Build a position down here near these 190s.
Let's
Scale
take the
out
wheel.
and then hold on to a runner. So copy paste it. We've seen this movie before. Let's see if it plays
we
out the
have.
same. But just like you're saying, Yusuf, is so many times have I got into a trade just like this, and then it just runs my stop and then turns around. It's difficult. It's the balance between risk reward and then probabilities, right? Do we get in now and get a better risk reward? Do I wait for the confirmation? Do I risk missing out on the move?
Tilt getting long now in the
Sometimes-
S&P and the Nasdaq. 62% long in the S&P, 57% long in the Nasdaq. Yeah, go ahead, Yusuf.
Yeah, and the Nasdaq's really toxic. So Nasdaq will come and hit you 12 points down and fly back 15 points to the upside before you even have a chance to realize what happened.
Yep.
Essentially, and when I'm talking specifically when you're trying to get filled for an entry, right? Not just in general.
Do you still leave your bids out there, Yusuf, where we got close to them but we didn't fill? Do you still leave it out there or do you pull those?
So I do pull them, especially when it gets overextended. Like it went 45 points past where my limit buy was. So I have to
Right.
now kind of recalibrate what am I seeing.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Dawn, I agree. Some great volatility this week in the market for sure. We can get this price action. Maybe this is the gift that Santa's giving us, right? He's giving traders a gift here. It's opportunity on both sides for everybody. Just reminder that the S&P did fill a ton of contracts down here. About 1,500 contracts traded in a 5-point range in the S&P, 68.20 up to 68.24-ish.
I got at that last contract scratch. So
flat there.
Let's see if we can break down these 180s now.
I just got triggered into a short there. Short 2 contracts, 25, 199.75. Looking for 115s on a target to the downside here.
Man, there's a lot of volume right now for this time of hour.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is, Yusuf. Risking about $150 to make 300. See if we can get some follow through on this selling here, or do buyers step back in? 68.15 last trade in the S&P, 25.202 last trade in the Nasdaq. And this will be my last trade of the day, regardless of the result.
Nice.
If we get this 1 minute candle to close green, I'm probably gonna go ahead and take a stab at a long. I would consider a higher low.
Micro Bitcoin getting smoked right here.
We got a few people in the chat
85,660. Yeah, go ahead, Dakota.
No, I was saying there's quite a few people in the chat saying, "Why'd you buy this? Catching a fallen knife. This is some typical nonsense." Well, if you've been watching, if you tuned in to fast markets, I've taken 3 trades. Right, there was one where we had that nice sell off down to these 180s. I got in long. It worked out. You could technically say the same thing, right? This is nonsense. Why are we buying? Why are we catching a fallen knife? We came down here again in the same zone, in the same level, and caught 100 points off that. And so this is the third time we got into this zone. You guys seen that I got into a long and took, got up to these 240s. And it's called technical analysis, right? You look for areas where there's support and resistance, you look for signs of reversal, and you take the trade to the long side. And you don't really know if it's going to hold up or just sell through until after the fact. No one really knows exactly whether a level is going to hold or not.
No one ever knows. And that's why we establish risk and trade your process. Sometimes it's not going to look like what you trade, but that's what makes a market. We've seen some bids here in the Nasdaq now under the market. 500 lot, 25,175. 68.13 last trade here in the S&P. 25,200 last trade here in the Nasdaq. I'm short a 2 lot, kind of right here, right now. Somebody says, hey, you're selling pretty late here. If you look at the lows of the day, I'm maybe not late. Maybe late to this move, but we will see. But one thing I know is my risk is managed on this trade as well. Not always going to catch them all.
What's your stop at?
Stop right now is 25,237, right above VWAP. Right above VWAP. 2 micros, not a big position. We're seeing everything else on its lows. Dow's red on the day now.
You guys remember that really hard sell-off we had all throughout April, beginning of this year? That was the day, or that was the week that I learned not to catch a falling knife. That was the week where you thinking,
Good week
okay,
to
well
learn it.
that's a great level, and it just goes right through it.
Right. Good week to learn it.
Here's a
See here, that
question.
news candle. Yeah, go ahead, Dakota.
It says markets trade to size. That is not support. Well, it's technicals, right? Technicals is basically just a history of where price has been, and if there's size down at one level, then yeah, price would hold. I mean, look at this. We held these 190s again. We're sitting here at these 230s. So I just love price action. Love price action. Love technicals.
See here, 25,234 last trade in the Nasdaq. Got pretty close to my stop there.
You were looking for a retest of these. Did you get in, Yusuf?
No, man, it tricked me with that. There's that 1 minute candle with the inverted hammer. I was looking for that one to turn green to enter. But when it turned red and looked like that, I'm not gonna lie, I did hesitate. I should have entered into this candle at the price of 25,195 at 11:27.
25,230 last trade here. I just got stopped out of that trade. Down 150 bucks on that one. Plus a couple bucks on the day. So that is all right. 25,237 last trade here in the Nasdaq. 68.22 quarter last trade in the S&P.
Dakota, are we still on that
43.61
live account
gold.
that you opened up last month?
Yeah, I've been in this live account for, man, I don't know. It's been a while since this.
I know the first week you had a tough time, but have you been able to kind of get it back together?
Yeah, I had that 16-day win streak, and then I hit my daily loss limit on Friday, and so now just getting right back at it. Plus 900 today.
Nice. Very nice.
Oh, seeing some volatility pick up here. Volume go through the markets. 25,240 in the Nasdaq, seeing a nice little push. 68.22 in the S&P. Micro Bitcoin still getting sold off here. 85,715 last trade over there. I do still like this short. Said that was going to be my last trade of the day, though, so I'm going to go ahead and lock out.
Good job, Jay. Good job.
Man of his word.
Yeah. Especially if I'm on air, right? If I wasn't on air,
Right.
maybe, there's a little bit of a, oh, yeah, I could have, but no.
But that short is starting to look kind of good. It kind of decided to tick you out, hit that 50% of the retracement.
Yeah. Somebody was watching the stream.
No,
Somebody
but
was
it's-
watching the stream. Let's see if we can get Yusuf a good trade here though for his birthday.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Someone says, I would never buy this. Everyone has their own. Where? How did I get
More
on that
size
winning
here.
streak? And maybe this might help, Yusuf. Is when I did hit struggle to beginning this live account, I ended up sizing down, and I think I've been trading micros ever since I got in this account, and that's helped dramatically.
And how many micros are usually starting your position at though? 3, 5?
Well, it depends. It depends. I know I hate to give that answer, but it depends on the setup, right? Like we have a market selling off like we just had now with some momentum. I'll start with small size, 1 or 2 micros, because I don't want to be it's that low probability, right? You're going in against the momentum. And then as we start to stabilize and I see better price and market structure, then I'll scale in. I think the most I've been in on this account is 10 micros is the biggest size I've had in this account. And I mean, $900 a day. I don't even think I've been in position 5 micros or more today. So $900 in a day, trading less than 10 micros is not too bad. It's people need to understand the power of micros.
But your trading style though, Dakota, does consist of multiple trades versus like some other people, 1 or 2 trades. That position size might also play a role in that. Like you go in there with the intent of taking 5 to 10 trades during the day.
Correct. Yep.
There's that dopamine
Still some
effect. It's
size
not like it
down.
used to be though.
Say it.
There's a certain dopamine effect to buying or selling futures. Like when I first started this, and even as recent as just a few months ago, now seems so much more deliberate. Like when I want to buy or when I want to sell, like there's so much more reason to it, and it doesn't feel more rewarding. It feels like a legitimate process. Does that make sense?
Good. Yeah, you're getting. I don't want to say is numb to it. You're getting used to it,
Yeah,
disconnected from the money, right?
100%.
That's good. Well, buyers stepping
Whoever
in
was
here.
buying down here in the S&P, I know someone said the market trades to size, but there was some size on that S&P book. A couple thousand lots, 500 lot got filled there. There's another 500 at 68.14, 68.15. Another 500 down there. Seeing a nice little pop here. 68.27 last trade in the S&P. 25.270 last trade here in the Nasdaq. Nice out there on my short. Would have cost me a couple more bucks. Nice pop here.
That knife, man. Why were we buying it down there?
Hey, everything you're never gonna make everybody happy, right?
No, that's why there's always two sides.
That's what's always two sides, and that's why the markets move. What
Mhm.
looks like a great trade to somebody may look like a terrible trade to somebody else, and the determining factor is the result of the trade. Market's going to decide that.
Yep.
Everyone looks
Price
at
don't
different
lie.
time frames, so
And on
Feels
that
like the
note, shout
setups-
out to whoever Gabe was talking to in the chat that was calling gold to 43.50. It sold off, man. So shout out to them.
yeah, it did. It did 43.68 last trade here in gold. 65.315 last trade in silver for all of our silver traders out there. Again, Emmons is still long. Nice trade. Seeing some buying stepping in. I know one thing. These markets are not lacking opportunity. I will say that. There's been a bunch of nice trading here. Two sides on both sides. I made most of my money to the short side today. Dakota made most of his money to the long side today. We saw Braden switch sides. 25.288 last trade here in the Nasdaq. Yusuf, nice call on that area down there, that golden pocket. We're seeing the markets pop from there. I know you didn't take the trade, but
Yeah, but it hit the narrative to the key. I mean, it respected it perfectly. And right now it's respecting the golden pocket going to the bearish side.
interesting. What price is that? So how do you measure that? Show us how you measure that, Yusuf.
Okay, yeah, we'll
Yeah,
go ahead
let's.
and let's let the people see. There's my screen on there right now.
Look at Yusuf giving gifts on his birthday. He's giving gifts to the chat on his birthday. When does that happen? Show some love to Yusuf in the chat for his birthday.
Let's go ahead and look at the 5-minute. Make sure I get it right. Okay, so I used the low at 7 o'clock for the high at 10:10, and that gave us this golden pocket for. In bullish terms, when you pull the standard deviations, if you're looking to go long, you want to start from the bottom, the lower price, and pull the fib up, because that's the direction we're looking. That's kind of the way I've processed that. Is I'm looking to move up, so I want to pull the fib up, and that way, because previously when I first started using these standard deviations, I kept doing it backwards. So that's how I was able to kind of designate each one's purpose, or how I'm supposed to play it out. So for bears purposes, or for shorts, you would want to get to the high and pull that standard deviation to the low that we're looking at, which is that 7 o'clock candle. And you would see that in bullish terms, it 100% respected that golden pocket.
For sure.
And it looks like it may respect it again in bearish terms. Because now, if you want to use ICT concepts, which I really don't use too much, this is essentially a fair value gap, right? This is what they're all looking at. So you have a fair value gap and a golden pocket right there with RSI under 50. It seems like a pretty good opportune for a short.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice breakdown there. Thank you for that, Yusuf. We can see the market responding to it. So right now we have that rejection at that golden pocket. Do you take them in context for where the market's trading, right? Like, do you see the market in an uptrending day today, so you'll only take retracements? You only take bullish retracements? Is that how you'll trade them?
So there are scenarios where, especially when I'm on combines, for some reason I trade differently than when I'm on Express. When I'm on Express, I'm a lot more deliberate. I have 1 or 2 trades I go for. I get in there and I get out. But on combines, I try to do those retracements that you're talking about, Jay. So I would have gotten long there at that 195, 25, 195, sold at 25, 290, and then took another short at that 25, 290, targeting only 50% of the retracement rather than trying to get all the way back down to that golden pocket. So then I would be targeting that 25, 245 area, 25, 250.
Okay.
And that's just if I was trying to scalp and do a bunch of small positions. And sometimes you're in that mood. Sometimes that's what the market is presenting.
Right. 100%. We got another birthday. Wells McMahon in the chat. Birthday twins. Happy birthday, Wells. Happy birthday. Let's quote some prices here. 25,272 last trade in the Nasdaq. 68.31.5 last trade in the S&P. 43.6780 in gold. And micro Bitcoin did find some buyers down there. 85,500s trading 86,120 right now. That market, every time it looks like buyers are going to step back in Bitcoin, it just gets sold right back off. And if we see any pressure below 85,000s, that to me looks like it could fall apart. But hey, that's just my vision for right now. That could change at any moment.
It seems like we're not going to get a Santa rally this year, though. Seems like we're in such a
This
huge
might be it.
consolidation.
This might be it, right? Was that Santa down there? Was that Santa buying in the S&P? We saw a bunch of bids down there.
If we don't get back to that price that I called at all from here to the new year, I'm gonna be very salty that I didn't get that last low price.
Right. See a rally.
We're
for
100
the
points higher.
Next 5 years.
120.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the things I've recently created a new like a YouTube page and a TikTok page and all of this to focus strictly on trading. And I wanted to create a trading community with no money. I'm not going to charge anybody. I'm not going to try to act like I'm a fake guru or anything. I just want to have like a friend community where we all trade together, throw off ideas to one another. It's hard to find people with that same brain length as us,
Yeah. 100%.
That's why I love hanging out here with you and Jay and everyone on here, because I mean that's the goal. That's what we do here. Like, we sit here, we talk markets, we talk trade ideas, we talk shop, and it's amazing, Bounce. It's amazing trading on with you guys.
Look
I
at this
appreciate it. Hard to
rally.
find.
Look at this rally. We are up 150 points from that low. Dakota, why'd you catch that knife? Why did you catch?
I didn't
that
hold
knife?
on
Why
to
did
it
you do
though.
that?
That's
Why
for
would you-
sure.
why-
It's a
yeah, I
hot
know, right?
knife.
You're supposed to turn it around and hold
Yeah.
it by the handle. You're supposed to turn it around and hold it by the handle. Now you're on the offense. But
I dropped
nice
it, man. As
trade
soon as I
here.
caught it,
Yeah,
holy
right?
cow!
Yeah,
and
you took the
just
knife, put
look
it
at
back in the drawer, but nope.
Yeah, that was hey, I was waiting for the opportunity. It presented itself. I mean, woulda, coulda, shoulda, man. Hold on to it. It was the exact same setup this morning again, like 3 times in a row. Technicals, baby.
Rinse, repeat. Let's take a look here. Oh, Yusuf, if you can share your socials. You said you just started an Instagram page. Share that for us. Okay, how can we follow you?
It's a hilarious name though. You guys are gonna crack up. So I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna go ahead and give you guys the context of why I did it real quick. So I have 2 daughters and a wife, and
Okay.
I named it off of our names. So it's literally DAYM, like damn, but dame trading.
Okay.
And that's it. And the
Okay.
acronym is my wife's first name, my daughter's first name, my first name, my other daughter's first name. And I thought
Trading
it
for
fit
the
perfectly.
family. Trading
Yeah,
for the family.
gotta
I
go
like
ahead
that.
and share the page to the guys. They're sent up there, guys, or any needed something to kind of motivate me a little more, right?
Nice. I like that.
Trying to find
Nice
you on
push here
Insta.
in the equities. We turned around. 72% long tilt in the S&P, 57% long in the Nasdaq, 79% long in crude oil. Let me take a look at this crude oil chart. What is going on over there? The 7 people trading crude. What do you guys see? And 67% long in gold.
Trump was one of them last night, probably.
I mean,
Did you
energy
guys see
prices
how
are
big
coming
that
down.
ballroom is?
Yeah.
Is the ballroom bigger than the White House?
I don't know the dimensions, but I wouldn't be surprised. You got to make your statement. We got to make a statement. I mean, hey, if you ever see Jay as president, just understand that there's going to be some additions to the White House as well.
Probably
you
a
got to leave your
basketball
mark,
court,
right?
huh?
I mean, something. You got to put something in there.
I
Jay was
really
here.
love. Did you guys see that walk of fame for the presidents that he did a couple of days ago? Like, he has like a whole thing on the White House that has a portrait and a description of every president ever. And it
Did
looks
not.
really, I'm not gonna lie, it's very nice. But the one he has for Joe Biden is like a mattress, and he literally named it Sleepy Joe. And this is at the White
Oh, no.
House. This is so
Yeah,
funny.
it's pretty insane. That is pretty insane.
Yeah.
We are seeing the markets continuing to push here. 25,337 last trade in the Nasdaq, 68.44, 68.45 in the S&P, 43.69 in gold, 65.455. Tilt was just 72% long in the S&P, back to 64%. Chat, what do you at here? Anybody still actively in any trades? We had a really nice move to the downside and almost completely reversed that move. We saw 215 points to the downside in the Nasdaq, and we're in the middle of a 150-point bounce.
Oh, it's more than that now. I mean,
Oh,
buy
wow.
the dip.
Look at that.
I bought it and I didn't hold on to it. This is just new session highs, maybe? That'd be insane. That was a 220
Told you.
point sell off.
Yeah.
And now we are right back in that consolidation we were in. Wow.
Told you, let Santa take the wheel, man. He's
Wow.
take the reins. He's driving this market higher.
it's
A
something
ton
like
of
this.
opportunity on both sides. Yeah, go ahead, Yusuf.
Do you see how my strategy though essentially bottom ticked it?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
With the golden pocket. So
golden-
and I don't even feel bad.
first-
You know, I don't feel bad that I didn't take that trade. But in regards to
Yeah.
this, Dakota, I want to ask you specifically: when you miss out on a trade like this, Do you
Great
sit there
question.
and you resent that you didn't take it, or do you sit there and say, okay, well, when it comes back down there that level again, I can recalibrate kind of what I'm looking at?
Not gonna lie, I have a little bit of resentment here. The fact that I took it and then I didn't hold it, that hurts more than not taking it. If I don't take it, so be it. That's fine. But the fact that I took it and then I fumbled it, to the extent of just not holding at least one runner hurts more. But I mean, there's nothing I could do, right? I didn't try and jump in or hop and try and catch anything. But it's just part of trading. I can't tell you how many times it happens. One was last night, yesterday, almost a couple times a week. It happens with markets that move like this.
We are continuing to push. I want to ask though, to that point, what did you measure for when you took that trade, Dakota?
Say that again.
What did you measure for as a target to the upside when you took the trade?
Uh, Realistic expectations. We look back and seen how now, obviously, with the power of hindsight, you see this beautiful price action that we had the other day or earlier this week, where the bottom of this range. Guess where the bottom of this range is? 200s,
Yep.
180s, 190s. What's the top of this range? Right where we're at, and that was, if you were able to catch the bottoms, catch the highs, buy low, sell high, that was a beautiful opportunity. But down here, I was looking for support, looking for it to hold. But targets, I'm like, it's kind of lunchtime. I'm not going to expect a lot of
Right.
movement, so I was really only looking for 40s, and
There you go.
then to hold on to one runner. But we came back down. I got out, and then we ripped up.
Got you. I think
What
that
it
to
did
me,
was
that's
that
the
hello.
most important question to ask. It did the hello, right? Come back and make sure you still want to be in that trade. But I think that's an important question to ask, right? We hear traders all the time say, "Oh man, I could have held for 500 points after the fact." Right now, what you could change is how you measure the market's movement. But if you measure for 40 points and you took 30, you did your job, right? If you measured for 40 and the market runs 500, maybe do a better job of measuring. But you could also just repeat that 40 point process and add a contract if you want to pay yourself a little bit more, right? So a bunch of different ways to approach it. We are seeing the markets present a ton of opportunities to traders on both sides.
I mean,
Seeing
you
a
could
little bit of a
also
pullback
make
here.
the argument of what happens if it would have hit my take profit and then turn around and just sell off to the low a day, right?
Right.
Would you
Right.
be happy? So essentially, as soon
Exactly.
as you get out, how relevant is the information of what the market does after the fact? Your setup, you happened, it nailed it, this, and then once you're out, everything else is, I don't want to say meaningless, but it does not really matter as much until your next setup.
I'm not gonna lie, there are some losses that I've had that I've actually felt better about than some wins. Like some of them just you're like, man, it really didn't make sense that it came back and gave me plus 100. It didn't fit the technicals of what I was looking at, right?
Yep.
So yeah, I've had a couple of
Nasdaq.
losses where it pulled me out, and I'll say, wow, that's a perfect stop.
That's exactly how I feel about the loss I just took on that short, Yusuf.
Mhm.
I took the trade, thought I saw something. The market disagreed with me, and I'm not even going to think about that trade tomorrow. I forgot about it
Well,
already, right? Yeah, go ahead,
here's the
Dakota.
thing with you, Jay. You were tempted to take it again, but instead you locked yourself out.
Yep. Yep.
That was a win by itself.
Right. Yeah. Because what does that mean? I'm clearly seeing the markets wrong. I saw it really well earlier today, which puts me up on the day. But at some point, and I know this about myself as a trader, the more decisions I make throughout the day, the lower quality those decisions are going to get. So I have to be conscious of that, right? And a couple of wrong reads, it's like, hey, you know what? Maybe you're seeing something that the market is not presenting. Go ahead and lock it out. And I think that was the right decision today so far because we are 100 points higher than where I was looking to sell it. Maybe coming back down just a little bit here. 25,318 last trade in the Nasdaq. 68.40 quarter last trade in the S&P. Just a reminder to everyone in the chat, we got group coaching coming up after this. Who do we have for group coaching? Should have that in front of me. And Coach Hoop's going to be there.
Hmm.
Hold on one second. Get you that schedule. By time. Hogue, Coach Vince, and Hoop. Hogue, Coach Vince, and Hoop are going to be here for group coaching. That form is pinned to the top of the chat. So make sure you get your questions in there. Seeing a
Got a
little
little bit of
pullback.
pullback here in the Nasdaq.
Yeah. Another
Hands
buying
off for me. Is this a pullback or a knife, Jay?
Right. Yeah.
Depends on the time
great
frame,
question.
right?
Depends on the time
This is a
frame.
hard one.
Yep.
This
man,
would be
look
a
at
hard
this.
one to kind of figure out.
This market here. I'm just gonna read off some of these names. Nvidia up 2 1/4, Microsoft up 2, Amazon up 2 3/4 or 2 1/3, Google up 2, Meta up 2 1/2, Tesla up 4 1/2. So these markets are up 2 all across the board. Apple just turned green, Broadcom green, but
I guess
I
Nasdaq is
glimpsed
right
down.
there
It
with
was
the
just
average
yeah.
at
I glimpsed
1.66.
down. Everything was up 2. Google up 2.
And just for everybody who's asking about that golden pocket again, Yusuf is using the fib retracement tool to draw that. And the levels are, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Yusuf, the 618 level and 65. Is that what you're looking at?
That is correct. Yeah, here's a. If you guys
If you
wanna-
could just show
I
the
don't know if
settings, show the settings that you have there, Yusuf, so you can take a
Yeah.
screenshot of it.
I got it open for them.
Yusuf charts up there in just a second here. Let's see. Get your questions
Trying to hold
in
these
for group
300s.
coaching.
Trying to hold these 300s. Yeah, this volatility is nice for traders.
Yeah, there's movement for sure.
Yeah. For a second there, it looked like we were just going to keep going straight up to the session highs. But we're holding
But man,
these 300s.
The longer you're in the game, and I'm sure you can relate, Dakota. The longer you're in the game, the more you start to realize the market doesn't ever act irrationally. Like I'm gonna say never really, because it almost every move, and then when you go look at it in hindsight, every move makes sense. Like okay, I see why it did 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, you could typically rationalize it after the fact, right?
Yeah.
There's so many ways to rationalize market moves too that you could find one.
100%.
Look at the
We've
buying
got a
coming
break
in.
for bit of buying coming in here for sure. Those bids, whoever got filled 1,000 times at 68.15 in the S&P, they got to be pretty happy right now. They got to be feeling pretty good. Up a couple bucks on the day. We got a wrap in a second here to go to group coaching group coaching. Make sure you get your questions in there. But Yusuf, no trades today, but happy birthday, man. What are the birthday celebrations? I'm not going to dox you and tell everybody your age, but how do you celebrate?
I don't usually. I just celebrate the house very small. Mom, dad, wife, kids. They already
Nice.
gave me the gifts this morning when I woke up. Got a nice
Awesome
Prada
stuff.
cologne, and I got those new Meta glasses. So I'll let you guys know how
Okay.
those Meta glasses are next time I'm on the show.
So you know what you got to do, man. You got to do some. You just started your Instagram page. You got to do some trading content with the Meta glasses, right? Day in the life of a
That
trader.
is the intent.
Awesome stuff, man. Awesome stuff. Well, those sound like
Yes.
some great gifts. Going to be smelling good and looking good with the Meta glasses. Coach Dakota, are we going to be seeing you later today, or are you going to be back for slow markets?
Slow markets, man. Slow markets. Let's see if this price action keeps up. I love it.
Awesome stuff. Well,
Happy
slow
birthday
markets tonight.
again.
Make sure you
Thank you, Dakota.
join Coach Dakota and Baron tonight. We got a Japan rate decision tonight, so slow markets could get interesting. Yusuf, again, happy birthday. Chat, thanks for hanging out with us. We're going to go to a little bit of a break, come back with group coaching. It's Topstep TV. If you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up button. Let's go.
Soybeans, meal, oil. You want to buy some soybeans? Soybeans. Who wants soybeans? And an even quarter bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller. Quarter, half, the orders, and even.
What's What's up, everybody out there? This is Dolby Time from Topstep TV, and what I want to talk about here is the new dashboard. So we have updated all the account management tools. They have simplified everything. So that includes managing resets, managing rebill dates, and most importantly, managing those payouts. Trust me, it's going to make all of our lives a lot easier. So trade well out there.